Hello there to all of the stylish Twitch chatters inhabiting the interwebs. Welcome back to the Style Season 16 playoffs. Big matchup tonight. We have the grand finals of the Demacia division, 4th seed Catalyst Nebula versus the number 1 seed Team Paradox in a best of 5 to determine who will be Season 16 champs. $50 is the prize money for the winning team. Second place gets half that. But of course, the real prizes are the friends we made along the way. Nah, I'm just kidding. As we all know, the real prize is getting to talk shit after you win. So, without any further ado, let's start figuring out who that winner is going to be. My name is Crewman44. I'm joined for this evening's action by the amazing Abba Trombone. Abba, are you ready for this one?
Oh, I am ready here. We got quite the wombo combo of the cast combination here in the booth. So I hope we get to see this at least in the bot lane or throughout the team as well. Maybe a nice, good roaming jungle mid or anything else amongst those lines. Just a lot of power throughout both of these teams. Getting early into this draft here, it looks like Nebula's on the blue side here and banning a nasty Zyra. I hate the harassment she deals with in the bot. It just makes it so hard to farm. And you don't even get like gold off a cull anymore off her points. You used to be able to do that several seasons ago, which was kind of funny, but not anymore. And it looks like a lot of this harass style is not going to be happening here with Zyra being out, Zyra. Gosh, what's her name?
We do have the Maokai locked away now, Abba, on B1. So this is still a very, very meta jungler, even after all of these months, all of this time. That will be locked away here. The Volibear will come out in response. A little bit less meta, but has been kind of creeping up. Definitely has his proponents, right? The Volibear.
Yeah, for sure. And he can be flexed in top lane too. I've seen him this season as a top laner. Can get some nice trades here as well. Although traditionally you don't pick the top lane early on to the draft as it's a bit of a counter matchup.
But due to his flexible nature, you know, he is a little bit more available to be picked early on. Senna now coming out, another pick that we honestly don't really see too much these days. But there you go. Paradox going to be locking that one away here on R2.
Pretty nasty scaler can also help some of these teams as well and play safe here. I was wondering if they were going to pick the Ashe to go with it, but it looks like Nebula might be taking that away because Senna Ashe is pretty potent with all those slows. If you push too far into them at level 2, they'll just run you back to your tower or worse, the fountain.
Yeah, and this is a good opportunity, I think, Abba, to bring up the previous meeting between these two teams. Was earlier on in the playoffs, and it was Catalyst Nebula, the number 4 seed, that managed to take the 2-0 at the end of the Rumble stage, knocking the number 1 seed Paradox here into that lower bracket. And in the game number 1 that was played at the end of that Rumble stage, Abba, ADC for Catalyst Nebula, Cheeto, was on the Ashe, 9-0-3 in that game, which was over in 25 minutes. So that pick, which I would argue is extremely powerful right now in the bot lane, is going to be going into the hands of Cheeto once again.
Yeah, you're going to have to be a little bit careful if you're not positioning very well. There's not a whole lot of mobility, but Ashe's utility with her hawk shot, just giving everyone nice and easy, being able to spot the jungler, to be able to plan out, is so much more potent in competitive play here because you're in calls with people, you're making decisions, and you're able to utilize that information versus in solo queue, it's just realistically you or whoever you're doing with. But Ashe can also make cross-map plays. They can set up enchanted crystal arrows and capitalize on that as well. Even if you're behind, that stun that comes out of that is pretty potent here as well.
All right, we're into our second ban phase now. It looks like Paradox are going to be focusing towards that support position, banning away some things that are strong alongside the Ashe. And for Catalyst Nebula, they are not convinced that this Volibear is going into the top lane, so they are going to ban away some tank options there to try and deny that front-to-back comp that Paradox seem to be looking towards. But, Ab, I want to take a quick moment, as we did see the Azir locket on B3 and the Taliyah come out in response. How do we feel about the Taliyah with the context that it's being picked into the Azir?
Well, Taliyah is going to be able to stop some things with her mind, with a little bit of her minefield, stopping some of that mobility, which can be quite nice with Azir being as slippery as it is. Of course, there's range capabilities and everything else to think about. But my real concern with Azir here is so far Paradox's plan is just to kind of run at them with like Volibear, and Azir's ultimate can just create a wall that they can't necessarily pass through unless Volibear ends up ulting through it. And that's not necessarily where you want to be with your team split up. Your tank needs that DPS behind them utilized.
Okay, so this is going to be Briar, the new champ, just recently enabled for many of the amateur leagues here around the scene, and Style, of course, no exception. That will be coming through for Catalyst Nebula here in game number 1, and I know I saw some Briar gaming for one of these guys, but that was actually the jungler of Paradox who played Briar in the lower bracket finals in that second game over there. And actually, it looks like that jungler is not taking the Rift this evening for Paradox. So that was actually a different player. So never mind. We don't have any Briar stats from either one of these junglers, but we're about to get some at the trombone, and it will be actually alongside the Sejuani. Interesting, then. So Maokai probably supports, and where... I guess Briar and Sejuani are both kind of interchangeable between jungle and top, but what would be your expectation there?
I am not as familiar with Briar, being there a little bit on the newer end here, but I've seen a lot of Sejuani top, so I can certainly see that. And you have to think about clear speed, Sejuani versus probably Volibear at this stage here. And I think they'd be a little bit comparable here if you ended up going that route as well. So I'm gonna put my money on Sejuani top side, but that's just me.
That's interesting. You know, I would normally be aligned with you there, Abba Trombone, but with the Kale coming through now on R5 for Paradox, it feels like the Sejuani just wouldn't be able to put on enough pressure during that laning phase to actually, work out in the favor of Catalyst Nebula. So I would actually, at this point, expect the Briar to go up there to try and put some pressure on the Kale early. And then you have the Sejuani in the jungle versus.
Yeah, no, that certainly makes sense. I thought they were still doing the pick there with the little bug out where I don't see a character display. They're still in the pick. So yeah, no, that certainly makes sense. So it looks like Nebula's damage is going to be a lot through Ashe, and their level 6 power spike probably going to be picking up some kills with the CC lock. That's Maokai plus Ashe and everyone else. The Zero is going to be some nice AP damage here as well. And they've got some pretty decent frontline Sejuani and Maokai going to be pretty beefy here as well, especially if they can catch anyone to make sure the root snare or vice versa. If they're able to catch people up and get people in a lot of these choke points, I think Nebula is going to be doing quite potent. On the other hand, though, Paradox should be able to get through a lot of these towers with the Ziggs, and they're going to have a lot of good trading scenarios here. Senna is going to have some good poke here, some slowing capabilities to help manipulate the movement speed here, and Ziggs, as well as an AP carry, can also harass here. And when you have an engaged support, harassment is your worst enemy, because if you don't have a good health pool, they can just turn on you, and this 2v2 becomes a 2v1, and that's not great if you're looking pretty healthy because you have a Senna on your side.
Yeah, that is true. They are going to have the range advantage down in that bot lane on the side of Paradox. So that should probably look pretty good for them, despite the fact that Ashe is usually considered a very strong laner. But she certainly may struggle, with that range disadvantage, as she does have that melee support alongside. And for Paradox, as you were just discussing, Abba, they do have all of this fantastic long-range damage. They've got a ton of poke. They've got great scaling, but they are sorely lacking in both frontline and engage. So they are going to need to be very, very precise with their positioning and very, very careful in the early game, because if they start to fall behind, contesting objectives becomes extremely difficult. And even just trying to side lane with your Kale can be really scary when you're playing against things like the Ashe that has that pick potential, like the Maokai, like the Sejuani, where there's all of this engage, all of this CC. It's feeling like a pretty decisive draft advantage, honestly, in my eyes, towards Catalyst Nebula.
I would also agree here as well, because let's think about Paradox's ability to engage here. You have Volibear running straight at you, and I've highlighted some of the issues with that as well. Senna can get a grab here as well, but they're going to be a bit of a backline, so it might be a little bit dubious to rely on that, especially as a primary engage. That's more of a follow-up. Talia can certainly do a little bit of a rock-a-lange, try and get people in her little combo, but she doesn't have the widest range as well. She's not like an Orianna where she has this big range. She's much more close-knit, but still ranged. And Ziggs, they can bomb, move people over in Talia's field or over by Volibear. That's not that great. And then Kayle doesn't have any crowd control at all. She can give, Volibear some extra movement speed with that heal, but that's it.
Yeah, certainly. It's looking pretty dangerous, for this composition. I mean, at least we can say that they do have some pretty strong lanes, right? So bot lane, as we already established, should be pushing. Kayle Briar, we're not entirely certain. I would probably expect Briar to obviously be winning out pre-level 6 because Kayle doesn't really do anything pre-level 6.
Yeah.
But after that, might be a little bit more stable for the Kayle in that lane, as she will have the range advantage. But, I mean, I think Paradox, ironically, with a stronger scaling composition, are going to also need to find an early game lead. Because if they lose control of the map, I just feel like it becomes so difficult to play.
Yeah, I mean, when Kayle hits 18, she hits 18, but you have to get there. And the other thing to keep in mind, Kayle's AP, Ziggs' AP, and Talia's also AP. That makes it a lot easier to build resistances. Especially if Senna doesn't have the income, because if she's going to be a support, yeah, she'll do damage, but it's going to be a while before she gets there. So if you build a Force of Nature early on, you settled a lot of your problems.
For who's building Force of Nature? Sorry.
Just any of these tanks.
Oh, yeah.
Right? They'll have some of that movement speed that they might need to try and get away, and then they'll be able to take some more harass. Not super early, obviously not like first item, but second or third item might be enough to really help them out.
I definitely agree. There's going to be a ton of value there. I mean, we could see the AD Kayle build come out. Certainly, not as popular as the AP build these days, and it rarely has been. But, I do believe it is viable.
Yeah. I mean, like, taking, like, an early Boric can be pretty nice for, like, if they go on hit as well. Get some of that attack speed.
Yeah, we'll just have to... Oh, go ahead.
I just don't know how it's going to go. Kayle's notably pretty weak early on, but I just haven't seen enough Briar, in my opinion, to see how heavy-sided it's going to be. It'll be one thing if it was, like, Darius versus Kayle, and it's like, ooh, that's your counter pick.
Yeah. We will see. We will have to wait and see. I am of the opinion Briar, obviously, on release was just comically weak, ridiculously bad. People were just sprinting it down, like unbelievable levels of inting on this champion. So much so that Riot even leaned into the meme with their hotfix. They're like, okay, for all of you inting Briar players out there, here you go. But at this point, they have given Briar those hotfix buffs. People have become a little bit more familiar with the kit, do understand those limits at least a little bit better. And it has really seemed that the strength of Briar has increased significantly over the past week or so. So I am, and we even do have, the top laner's name for Catalyst Nebula, which we are going to try to avoid saying as much as possible. But clearly they are an enjoyer of the Briar and surely have been playing it quite a bit themselves in solo queue. So I do expect them to have quite a lot of comfort on the pick. We'll see how they do into the Kayle. But overall, Abba, between these two compositions, I think we have established that we are a little bit more in favor of what Catalyst Nebula have managed to put together. But how significant do you think is that draft advantage? Like, how difficult do we expect this game really to be for the number one seed, Paradox, before we get onto the Rift?
I think some of the laning phases might be a little bit more difficult, like we highlighted with the bot lane, kind of hinted at into the mid lane as well. But they certainly do have merits and advantages here. So the laning phase is, of course, going to dictate how the game goes. So if Paradox can get a really strong start, they have a much better edge. But the moment that edge starts dulling and slipping, I just see Nebula all the way.
Yeah, certainly. And of course, as I briefly mentioned earlier on, Nebula did win out with a fairly decisive 2-0 when these teams met previously earlier on in the playoffs. So
Mhm.
looking to improve that record even further is going to be our number 4 seed, our champions from the upper bracket. The Paradox not to be outdone. Certainly an interesting draft here for their first game, but if they do find that early lead is a draft that can snowball extremely hard, we'll see soon if they're going to be able to do it. As we go into our first break before we get onto Summoner's Rift for game number 1, we'll be right back. All right, ladies and gents, on to the Rift we go for our first game of tonight's grand finals between Catalyst Nebula and Paradox. Catalyst Nebula on the blue side here for game number 1. We're getting a little bit of trading here early on as La Beta wanting to get that deep ward on the enemy red buff. Has to be a little bit careful here. Those Ziggs has taken a whole bunch of damage. Will likely have to flash here. Level 1, but it's too late as he's been ignited and he's just going to burn down as the first blood goes over to the CN support. And that is a fantastic start for the number 4 seed.
Yeah, they got a little bit greedy. They're getting 14 gold from their first strike and 20 coming out of H rune, but they just stood forward too long and went, yeah, I'll trade here. I got a healing support here. And then now they're down 2 flashes for an ignite and a flash to get first blood. This is exactly what they want.
Oh yeah, this is Catalyst Nebula feeling really good about how this early game is going. Oh no, Sejuani is spotted starting on her red buff. Whatever will we do? It's okay. We got 400 extra gold on our Maokai. We're feeling all right about it. It does appear that both junglers are going to be starting on this bottom side of the map, going to be pathing up towards this Briar Kale lane. And speaking of which, Abba, check out those Briar Summoner spells.
Yeah, Ghost Ignite here. Pretty interesting indeed.
Yeah, definitely an aggressive setup for BP up there in the top lane for CN.
Well, and here's the weird thing, right? Usually when you see something this aggressive, you don't see like a Dorian's Blade health pot. You see something more aggressive like a longsword to go with it. That's the thing that I'm a little confused about.
I feel like the Doran's Blade is a relatively aggressive choice. You know, it actually gives more stats than something like the Longsword for those early trades. Like, yes, it delays your first item slightly, but I think the Doran's Blade is actually a perfectly reasonable option for an aggressive first buy.
I suppose. I'm just thinking, like, just being able to get a component slightly earlier so you can punish Kale at that stage in the game. But yeah, no, both.
There's a trade-off for sure, but...
Oh my gosh, talking about trade-offs right there. Getting
yeah.
a good chunk onto X-Fire Chick.
I mean, it's level 2 Kale, right? So you can't really fight back too well, as Labella is going to take a decent amount of damage here, but Cheeto is going to take an extraordinary amount of damage in return. Good focus from this Paradox bot lane to focus fire on the AD carry, but it looks like Ashe Maokai do have the push down here, which is a little bit against our expectations. So jungler is actually going to find themselves really quick here in the top side. Sejuani artically assaulting forward to chase away Depressed Hopeful's Volibear. Will be successful in doing so, keeping that Briar nice and safe for now.
Yeah, it can be pretty dangerous here because just being able to attack on melee with a Sejuani on your side means that stun is going to be able to proc just a little bit sooner.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely. Depressed Hopeful and Fire Chicken up there. Not going to be winning out, I don't think, in that 2v2 anytime soon. So do need to be careful, as that is going to be the route that comes down onto Cheeto. Exir going in with Twisted Advance to peel for the marksman. Oh, that bouncing bomb was so close, actually. That would have probably been enough damage. Seems like Cheeto was just
hit.
It did hit. Oh,
it did hit. The HP bar went down. It wasn't quite enough. You got to keep in mind, AP kind of needs some of that items just to be able to do some damage here. Ziggs is really mid-game, in my opinion, for when he comes really strong. He's that like first and second item, they really wreaks havoc.
Yeah, definitely. I've just been traumatized, I think, by seeing all those crazy Ziggs bombs from late game. But I had forgotten for a moment that this is Ziggs without any items. So gonna be okay on the side. Oh, that's gonna be Fire Chicken flashing away. Might not be in time. Does manage to get under the turret, and that's 2 shots onto BP. I can't quite tell which way this wave is pushing at the moment, but both top laners extremely low on resources. In comes Big Spicy into the bot lane. Will land the Arctic Assault onto La Belle. Senna get stunned up by the Frostbite as well. Flashing forward is Exio, trying to get in range, but not quite able to do so. And that is going to be 2 summoners utilized, actually, by this Catalyst bot lane. Not able to get anything for it.
Yeah, a flash, 5-minute cooldown Ghost is going to be a little bit shorter, but still... at least they have the wave pushing towards them so that they can push out and perhaps get a nice back here without it being contested. They still have plenty of mana to shove, although I don't think they have that much gold on them. So it's a little bit of an awkward spot because X0 doesn't want the lane to be pushed up because if they're under their tower, he can't really engage, which makes things a little bit awkward for him.
Yeah, definitely a little bit awkward, but getting the push into this lane where you know, by all rights, you probably shouldn't be able to get it. Is I think still a situation that you're going to be feeling pretty comfortable with. And if you can just get that bot, ooh, that's a threatening shuffle forward from Axe and going to get the flash off of the Talia. Definitely a big summoner spell win there.
Yeah, a lot of flashes have been going out in these last few minutes. Hold the
Cheeto
phone.
stepping forward, gonna take a lot of damage here. In comes the support. Good damage from the Maokai as well. Exhaust comes down. Cheeto flashing to the side to get away from that bouncing bomb and will be able to do so. The kill onto the Senna does go over to the Maokai, but that volley will get one over to Cheeto as well. 2-0 for Catalyst in the bot lane. Big Spicy just barely getting away from that seismic shove, and here is the Briar made her way into the mid lane, going in, gets the fear. Volibear trying to trade back with the damage, but it is not quite enough. That is going to be the top laner for Catalyst Nebula with a nice roam to pick up one more. 4-0 now on the board for the 4 seed.
Wow, I wish we could go back and replay some of that. Just the ability to flux around here, people standing where they needed to. Talia, H-Rune, almost was able to get a kill in return, but not quite. They were to pick people off just in the nick of time, get things lined up there. And of course, that double kill happening in the bot lane was not just a double kill here because they just pushed in a little bit too aggressive, wasn't doing quite enough damage here, especially at the level deficit that it's looking at right now. They were able to get 2 turret plates versus none. And they were having Ziggs on their side, you got to remember, who's able to just do pretty decent damage onto towers.
Yeah, we have a 500 gold lead individually right now for Cheeto over Labette. We shall have to continue tracking that and see if that gold advantage continues to expand in Catalyst's favor.
Let's talk about this gold. Oh, hold on.
Yeah, we do have BP going in here for a little bit of a trade, and this wave is going to be in potentially a pretty difficult position for Fire Chicken's Kale if BP manages to hold it outside of turret range. Going in for an aggressive trade here. May force out the Divine Intervention, and what? Fire Chicken's just going to decide not to cast it.
No Divine Judgment?
Fate. Yeah, they just was like, nah, I'm good. I'll just die. That was the call for
me, I guess, here. I was going to say they were doing pretty well into the top side here. They had like a 20 CS lead.
Chen Crisrero comes out directly onto the Ziggs. I bet trying to get back to his satchel to get over the wall, but is not able to do so. It is CN with numbers in the bot side river. Beautiful collapse from mid there. Oxen able to move first, and now they have complete control over the area to get this first neutral objective. It's not the earliest first Drake that we have ever seen, Abba, but still, this is all things going according to plan for Catalyst Nebula.
Yeah, I really like Dragons at about this time here. You've had enough back, so you're able to get some items, get some stats, you take a little bit faster, and you're not losing as much gold and XP for some of these waves. So I really like this punish coming from them, and this gold wave already extending here.
Yeah.
Let's face it. Thanks to some of the positioning mistakes that Red Side's been making, Paradox has not been positioning very well into the bot lane here, having 4 deaths between the two, resulting in 4 kills for Nebula of their 6 in the bot side. That's where their carries is going to be behind. And they have a tier as well. That's not something that scales particularly fast as well, even when fully built.
Yeah, it's going to be a long time for this Ziggs before he really becomes much of a threat. And this does just kind of bring us back to the sort of catch-22 that Paradox are finding themselves in with this draft that we were highlighting so much, you know, during and shortly after the champ select phase, where they have all of these scaling champs, but they have like no frontliner engaged. So they can't really fight early, but they kind of need to fight early because they also can't fall behind. So it's just really difficult. As that is a nice shove to get Accent into potentially some danger, but very cool, calm and collected from the Azir. Fire Chicken now with the Divine Intervention flashing away also to try and stay alive. Oxen with a fancy feet getting away from those stones. Sidestep on the seismic shove as well, and Rue's ankles are just getting absolutely shattered, but the Dawning Shadow from across the map will get that kill for LaBelle. That is at least going to be Paradox on the board, but they lost their mid laner. Top lane is shoved all the way in. Volibear is looking like, where is this Volibear? He is going to go in onto the Briar. They get off a little bit of a trade there, but control over the Rift Herald very much in favor of Catalyst Nebula. They should be able to get their second neutral of the game.
Yeah, this is going to be quite a nice, healthy gold lead for them. First Rift Herald can get some plates. They don't have too long to use it. You know, that's 4 minutes until plate falls off, but with a 2,000 gold lead, that's certainly something they can do here with the pickoffs that they've been able to get because of the tankiness and ability to set up some of these plays that you mentioned before. Funnily enough, though, the CS lead is the advantage of Paradox. In every lane, they have a CS advantage somehow.
Oh, this is not looking very good for the Ziggs now, is it? Labette, I don't think has a satchel or really much of anything, as he is going to get taken down by the Azir. And BP is going to find another kill onto the jungler in the top side. This is starting to get a little bit ugly, Abba.
They could potentially die if your Big Spicy doesn't have any ultimates to go with it, but Fire Chicken also doesn't have it. So if they can get a nice slow push here, they can try and do a dive.
Not
Wave's
a huge
not very
wave.
safe.
The Briar ultimate will connect, and that is going to be the go signal. In goes BP with the lockdown, and that is just... They made that look pretty easy, but the turret shot will come through and will trade one back for Fire Chicken. That is a shutdown as well.
150
Quite a bit of gold going
though,
back into the
Kale,
shutdown. But what are your thoughts there? I mean, certainly still a favorable move for Catalyst Nebula, as the wave was also denied, of course. The teleport is actually there for the Fire Chicken.
It is certainly there. 10 seconds to walk back with the wave and everything else. I think it's perfectly fine. It's a little bit of gold advantage, a 1-for-1, which does favor Fire Chicken. The issue is they need the game to go late to utilize champions like Kale that Fire Chicken's playing and some of these other players. And just saying, hey, I'll take a 1-for-1 trade, which favors you in the long term. But hey, what if we never got to that stage of the game?
Yeah, it is certainly looking very, very difficult for Paradox at this point. But, they do have quite a bit of scaling on their side. So still going to be some opportunities, certainly, for them to rally and make their way back into this game. But Catalyst Nebula in very strong position right now, looking to control things from here. They do have the enemy jungler trapped in a very awkward position. X-Hero is just going to straight up flash over that wall. And Depressed Hopa will flash in response to actually get away from that one. So the Volibear will survive. BP, it's looking like will not. Does have the damage reduction to channel, but it won't be enough as Kale is starting to come online in that top side. But we did lose our mid laner for the side of Paradox in this bot side river, right? As the Dragon is going to come up pretty soon. As Slow is coming out onto the Ziggs, but a lot of return damage coming out from the Ziggs Senna lane here onto the Ashe, who will be forced to replenish that health bar. So we are trading, Abba.
We are trading and scaling. Important things to keep in mind. It's only about a 3,000 gold lead, which honestly, still winnable. Hard, but winnable, especially because they've been able to get some plates in return onto Fire Chicken as well. That ultimate also missed, so Piggies will not have that BP. But one thing I do want to mention here. So, of course, Nebula has 11 kills right now, but 3 of them are on the support.
Yeah, certainly not ideal. The Maokai does have that early Even Shroud, but Even Shroud, kind of a trash item these days. They nerfed it pretty hard a few patches ago. A little bit surprised that was the option, but in we go. Onto the Taliyah once again. It seems like Rune just cannot catch a break. Every time this Taliyah walks into the river, she's just getting engaged on, almost going down there again, but did have the flash this time around to get away.
Yeah.
That is just... Go ahead.
And the Ignite also went down. Of course, this does mean the third objective of the game probably going to be going to Nebula, as they have positions in the mid, and they've got everyone else that they need for the Dragon from the bot side. And they're able to pressure things out quite beautifully and force this TP out.
Yeah, and lock away this second Dragon as well. We are going to have an Ocean Soul for game number 1 in tonight's best of 5. BP with some aggressive counter jungling happening up in that top side, hoping to steal away the enemy red buff. Will not be able to do so. But on the other side of the map, Big Spicy will get that blue buff for themselves. So really the pressure absolutely being put on right now by Catalyst Nebula. Looking to heal his camps. Crystal Arrow there just between the uprights. Could have been a kill if that landed for sure.
It was pretty close. That hitbox is pretty deceptive. If that would have landed, there was 3 people there already with go buttons.
Labette does also have the cleanse, so you would have needed to connect that one onto the Senna. Was very close, as you say.
Yeah, but even with the cleanse being down, you still have X-Hero and Big Spicy who's able to put you in a bit of a lockdown there. So forcing out the cleanse still means, you can go for some other plays, get the Gromp that's about to spawn, and flank him as the wave pushes, or it's neutralized.
Well, not going to be the case just yet, but that Crystal Arrow, pretty short cooldown, even early on. So we'll see when Cheeto decides to have another go at it.
Yeah, it's halfway already. And with the laning phase being down, and we talked about how this is going to be pretty crucial for Paradox. Now they wanted to get stuff up. Let's compare some of the gold in between people. It's a 600 gold favorite for Fire Chicken, so Paradox has a lead there. They're down 1.1k though in the jungle, so Nebula is being favored there, and favoring in the mid lane is Askin as well with a nice 500 gold.
We do have BP going in, going to force out this Divine Judgment pretty early on in the 2v2. Azir going to be here first, but Talia with the wall will be a 3v3, an honest 3v3 in the mid lane as Volibear Stormbringer away to stay alive. Will not actually be able to do so as the bleed from the Briar is going to collect that kill. The Kale already used the ultimate, will be going down as well. At least the side of Paradox do manage to get one back as BP had to go underneath the turret to get that kill onto the Kale, but still 3 for 1 in the top lane. Catalyst Nebula once again massively on top. The Nature's Grasp down here in the bot lane sets up for the Crystal Arrow. They connect onto the Seta, and they will be getting 3 summoner spells for the price of 2 ultimates. Well worth it for Catalyst Nebula on all fronts.
It was the Ignite, I believe, from BP that ended up getting Fire Chickens there, but still able to get a lot of blood money there as well with the nice murder that happened at the top lane.
Well,
and we able to get all those summoners as well out of the bot. This is just really good news all in all. 10 kills up, almost 5k at this point, 16 minutes in. And, of course, first tower going towards Nebula as well.
Yeah, they are continuing to feel very confident here in game number 1, as they should. Again, you know, I said it earlier on, but they were 2-0 over this Paradox team earlier on in the playoffs, looking to keep things going exactly the way that they were previously here in this first game. Would be quite a bit of momentum, I would say, for this squad. If they do manage to get this first Nexus, it would be pretty demoralizing probably for Paradox, but it is a best of 5, right? So there will be time to adapt, to bounce back, regardless of the outcome of this first game. As we do see Shirley getting focused down. This is going to be the 4th consecutive neutral objective for CN.
Just extending the gold lead even more. I absolutely love them being able to do it here. Everyone's got at least 1 completed item, which is pretty nice.
Axon just doing that shuffle forward to threaten the sweep, and that is going to get the flash as we toss out the Glacial Prison. Rune just getting so much work done with that flash this game. Every time that thing comes off cooldown, you see Talia flashing away from something else.
Yeah, maxing flash right there, abusing it on cooldown. Nebula's just been so great at capitalizing some of these mispositions. Oh, speaking of mispositions.
Yeah, BP looking a little bit out of position right here. Does have the team in the area, though. Can move over to reinforce as Shirley going to arrive into the mid lane and will likely emerge victorious against this tier 1 turret in the mid lane. There she goes. Possibly going to even get the charge of the tier 2 as Oxen moving back to try and gain some river priority as we'll go in for the sweep and will assassinate the support, but the Inferno Bomb will trade back onto the Azir. Briar getting the kill onto the Ziggs. 2 for 1 fight at the start of this one. Catalyst, Nebula, Volibear now getting away, trying to stay alive. BP will not be so lucky as the Kale, level 13, is here. The Kale has started to scale and still has the ultimate. The Divine Intervention comes down. Fire Chicken cannot quite make it happen as the arrows come out from Cheeto, and it looked actually like a really close fight there, Rabba, but in the end, it will be Catalyst Nebula 4 for 3.
It kind of teeter-tottered. It's like, oh man, Nebula's just going to win this out, and then we saw Fire Chicken come in here, wreak absolute havoc as they just chewed through people, but once they went down, Cheeto was able to clean things up there and really do them dirty, favoring them in the end. That was really close. With a 5k goal difference, it did not look or feel like that. And this has been our first real team fight of the game. And turns out the team with more hit points was able to sustain more and deal a little bit more damage.
Yeah, but we can clearly see that this Paradox composition is coming online, right? The scaling is starting to be there. It's 2 items done for the Kale. Ziggs and Talia are both pretty close. They're not quite there yet, so this fight might be difficult. Ocean Dragon getting burned down will be Ocean Soul point for Catalyst if they can secure a little bit of a flank here from the Talia on the north side of the river. Smite is good from Big Spicy going it forward now. It's going to be the Maokai that gets taken down first. Catalyst Nebula maybe losing out in this fight, but the Volibear is going to get stunned up. The shutdown comes through as Fire Chicken takes down the enemy marksman, but the Kale now, rather, is in trouble, will get focused down. LaBelle gets taken down next. Again, a very, very close fight, as it's almost Paradox able to eke out victory from defeat, but in the end, it was not enough. And again, it will be Catalyst Nebula with the objective plus the team fight.
Everyone's health bar was super low. Just look at Depressed Hopeful as well as Piggy's right before some of that Berserk finally went off and they got the value out of Bork. It's been super close. Just someone mispositioning on either side is going to really teeter these fights. But in the end, it's still looking like Nebula's got the edge here. They have 3 towers, so they're going to be able to take more and more of Paradox's jungle, which is going to make them harder to get some gold and XP here as well. But if they can keep Fire Chicken safe, and Fire Chicken can constantly do some damage here and hit that level 16 to really, really utilize the champion and be like a champion and a half at that point at least, they could be in this game. They just got to delay it.
Yeah, I mean, the Ocean Soul is going to make things pretty difficult, but with the amount of damage that Paradox are going to have available in this late game, if they do manage to get there, I think they can still win, even against the Ocean Soul. So this first one, far from over. You know, on the side of Catalyst Nebula, these fights have started to become a little bit more difficult. They have managed to eke out the wins, you know, pretty much across the board in these team fights, but they have started to get very, very close. And if we go much later, I think they may have to rely more on their Zero Point. Ultimate Connects is, of course, going to go in on that one. Looking to burst down. The Ziggs will be successful in doing so. BP able to get out from underneath the turret as well. Will survive. Easy pick there for Catalyst Nebula as they continue to find themselves on the offensive.
It almost feels like Depressed Hopefuls had to use their ultimate a lot defensively just to get out because of the mispositionings of Labette. It's 7 times. That's like once every 3 minutes, roughly. It's just not their game.
Yeah. Been a tough one for the Ziggs. Even remember early on during the laning phase, we saw Ashe Maokai very much in control of that lane against the Ziggs Senna. So, you know, we'll see. The Ziggs is a pretty strong pick in the meta right now, but Labette maybe pivoting something a little bit more attack damage oriented for game 2. We will have to wait and see.
Well, the other thing is, I don't remember if they've played a lot of Ziggs in the past. Just because it's good in the meta doesn't mean you're good with it as well.
Sure.
Versus
yeah, exactly.
Cheeto is pretty comfortable on Ashe, as you mentioned. They had like a 9-1 game.
9-0.
9-0, yeah, even better.
Yeah. Baron is being started right now. This is a little bit ambitious. It's not quite on the level of like the T1 Baron, but it's pretty close. They do have the gold lead to try and make it work, but let's see how the fight goes. That is just Labette getting picked off once again, hanging around the backside of the Baron pit there. Now Rune, the same story, not going to be able to get away. Both carries now just assassinated by Catalyst Nebula. They can easily now look back towards the objective, but they want more kills first. In comes BP straight onto the Kale, and that is going to be the last carry down for Paradox. They now have no avenue with which they can approach this Baron pit, and this lead is starting to be a little bit more insurmountable.
So we noticed Big Spicy pinging that they didn't have Smite. You know, Paradox may or may not have known that. They either needed to assume that they were going to be on Baron and get an objective somewhere else, or they needed to let them take Baron, let the Baron gaze, do a lot of work, get their resistances super low, and then get through there. Because with Ginsu's, if you're able to stack that up, you might have been doing basically true damage at that point and just eat through them at that stage. But of course, they didn't have the vision. They're in this kind of paradox, if you will, where they kind of need vision to get vision. And they just can't get there. They can't
even if you have the vision, it's just really hard to set up these fights, right? Your only front line is Volibear, so he can just like run forward. But as you've been highlighting already, Abba, he's for the most part been having to ult away, as that is an arrow that will connect, force out the cleanse from the Zig, and the flash going to be utilized as well. Here's Volibear. He's trying to do some frontlining, but it's looking like he's just going to be doing some dying. There is the ulti retreat once again from Depressed Hopeful. Just cannot stand and fight long enough. It's burst down way too quickly. And that is going to be another kill onto the mid laner. Really rough game for Rune here as well. 0-7 on the Talia. Yeah, hate to see it.
So let's really break down what happened there. Ziggs stood in the wrong spot, which forced their jungler to try and tank it so that no one died, and then they had to eat their ultimate to get out. No one died in that instance, but that was forfeiting the dragon.
Yeah, that is the Ocean Soul as well. So bad going to worse as Labette again. I'm not sure, like, what is the Ziggs doing that far up the lane in the first place? Like, you know, they just took the dragon. They can easily come over here and engage on you like they've been doing all game long. And now it is going to be 5v4. Catalyst Nebula pushing down the mid lane. They've got Baron on for over a minute still. Plenty of time to work here. You know, Fire Chicken has been trying to do... Oh, Accent going underneath the turret with the shuffle. Will get the kill back into the team. Sacrificed himself for that one. That is the main source of DPS for the side of Catalyst Nebula as well. So, you know, a relatively worthwhile trade, but maybe not necessarily what was needed at that moment from Accent. But still, we do have Catalyst Nebula continuing the siege. 4v3 at the moment. 4v4, actually, as Rune and Labette have respawned and are making their way back over here to defend. So I don't think the base will actually be broken here. Oh, never mind. I tell a lie. The tier 3 in mid will go down. Will Catalyst Nebula continue to stick around here? Minus 20 seconds on Fire Chicken, and this is going to be the time for them to back away and spend their gold.
The thing is, Paradox has a lot of abilities that enable harassment, but they don't have the damage into the abilities because they just don't have the items for it to go through. There's too tanky, and they can just kind of do these fights that should be illegal, but because of composition and gold leads and other circumstances, they're able to just kind of stand there and fight it out.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just been, you know, with the Ocean Soul now as well, it is very, very straightforward for Catalyst Nebula. You know, they have their tanks, they have their engage. You just run at them. Like you're saying, Abba, it's very, very simple. And it seems the Paradox don't really have any answers.
Yeah, they don't. I mean, their answer is like chilling and just waiting to get to 18. And
well, that's you know, an answer in a manner of speaking. But when your answer is we don't have an answer yet, that's it makes it a little bit difficult to play the video game.
Yeah, it do be that way sometimes. Of course, game can certainly stall out. There's always time to throw in leagues. I've seen people throw with a 11,000 gold lead before in the finals.
Sure,
it's happened.
Yeah. It sure has. It sure has. We've all seen some crazy things on Summoner's Rift. No game is truly over until the Nexus does explode.
That being said, those scenarios are not as likely as others, especially with how disciplined that Nebula has been playing. Though they are in a nice choke point, there's a potential to harass them and maybe get a pick.
Oh, no, Labette has just walked into Sejuani's engage range. Will be able to escape with the cleanse and the satchel, but again, that is a summoner spell down for the AP carry for the side of Paradox. Fire Chicken level 16 now on the Kale. Able to step forward, has quite a bit of attack range, and can be very threatening here, but you just have to be so careful because, again, there's all of this engage that Catalyst Nebula have to work with, and Kale just has so little frontline. As Azir, we see, is not even with the team right now, splitting off in that bot side. Rune will move over to match. Azir much stronger right now, though, than the Talia. Full item ahead for Axon. Tran Crystal Arrow will connect onto the Senna, who doesn't have cleanse. It will be the Kale stunned up on the front lines as well. The Divine Judgment gets out some decent damage, but just not nearly enough into this Ocean Soul. And it's going to be Catalyst Nebula just running at them. That's all they needed to do, and they will be extremely successful in their goal, getting the easy 3-for-0 team fight, and they should be able to end the game here around 30 minutes.
Yeah, or at least just get a double in here. Baron's up in 30 seconds if they really need it. Elder Dragon's up in 2 if the game even lasts that long.
20 on Volibear and Ziggs. First inhibitor down. Flashing forward is Big Spicy, hoping to land that Q flash. Not quite going to come through. It will absolutely be that double inhibitor play that you were just mentioning, Abba. And will they stick around? Flashing forward now is X here. They really did want to end the game there, but they weren't quite able to get in range to get that CC off, and they'll back away for now. They will play for those objectives.
Well, and they really have to do that because of the wave clear capabilities. that the enemy team has. Paradox just has a lot of AoE. Talia has it, Ziggs has it, Senna has it, Volibear technically has it, and so does KO. So they can just kind of like delete these waves until the super minions arrive. Then it's a little bit more difficult. So if they can just jump on people, get them out, then the wave clear goes away, and then they can kind of do this sort of siege plan.
Absolutely. So again, it's just Catalyst Nebula with full control over Summoner's Rift. We do see Paradox trying to push out here, getting a little bit of shove down in the bot lane where they do still have that inhibitor standing, but Elder Dragon in 40 seconds, and I don't really see a world where Paradox are going to be allowed to walk into this river to fight for it.
Just to give you an idea of how big of a lead that is, the support on Nebula is up an entire item.
Yeah, I mean, that does really tell you, I think, pretty much everything you need to know. And when your support that's up an item is Maokai over Senna, that's when it's really, really difficult, as that is going to be the Senna locked down by the Nature's Grasp. It's a beautiful engage. Realistically, Paradox, you shouldn't have even been here. But also, realistically, it probably didn't matter anyway, because this game was very, very over. And that is going to be the very decisive, clean 4-for-0 team fight for Catalyst Nebula. And now, Abba, surely they will walk into the enemy base and end the game.
Yeah, I've got good news. Depressed Hope didn't have to ult away in that fight because they were in defending their nexus.
Big. Yes. Volibear still with the Stormbringer. Has wave clear, like you were talking about earlier on, Abba. But it's not going to matter.
It's not going to matter. It's not going to matter.
Going to get taken down. And it did take them a little bit longer than I was expecting, and certainly a significant amount longer than it took them in game number one in that previous meeting. But in 32 minutes, Catalyst Nebula will take a very one-sided win here in game number one.
Yeah. Still a lot of games to go between this. It's a best of 5, folks, so very, very important here. The macro plays and the draft pick, I think, is what really sets things up for Nebula.
No, I do agree, Abba. I think the draft was a very, very big issue for Paradox in that game number one. They just didn't really have many options, is what it felt like. They had these lanes where, in theory, you can get the push, you can win out early on, you can just try and stall the game until you get items on all of these scaling carries, but they just straight up weren't able to do that. They weren't able to control the lanes, and once they fell behind, it was just very Jover.
Yeah, I do have some important news here. According to NW Assyrius or whatnot, Paradox is going to be subbing out their jungler for the next game. So that might be enough to really help things out here, right? Because didn't you mention that they swapped their top laner out for their jungler or something as well?
Right? Yes, we did notice earlier on, actually, while we were loading into that first game, that neither jungler that was on the rift for this game number one was actually the starting jungler for their respective teams. So for Paradox, their starting jungler actually is Fire Chicken, who was obviously playing top lane, was on the Kale. So maybe, Fire Chicken is going to be moving back into the jungle, or maybe they have Swifty, who was actually performing extremely well for Paradox last week in that lower bracket final. So we'll have to wait and see, as we get into that game 2 lobby to actually establish who is going to be taking over in that jungle role. But before we get there, Abba, I would just like to really quickly get a game 1 POG vote from you. Over here on the side of Catalyst Nebula, who do you feel like was the strongest performer? It's a lot of great options for us to look at here.
So there's a lot going on in this game. There was a lot of good plays set up because of the jungler here.
Yeah.
And the Maokai was also able to really capitalize things as well. I think I'm gonna go with their jungler. They were able to set up a lot of plays and pressure things out, and they rotated where they needed to be, and they made objective calls, which really put pressure and put the foot down on the gas pedal to really get this game ignited.
I completely agree, Mr. Trombone. I do think it has to go over to Big Spicy this time around. 2-0-22 on the Sejuani. Absolutely incredible stuff. Was tied for the highest kill participation on the team. 24.0 KDA. It's pretty hard to argue with that one. And performed so well, in fact, that apparently forced a roster change from their opponents in that jungle role. So impressive stuff. And you know I'm always about those jungle POG votes. But that is going to do it, guys, for game number 1. We're going to go into that short break now. When we come back, we will find out who is stepping onto the Rift for Paradox in this second game. Don't miss it.
Screws up. Ooh, interesting. Okay.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Style Esports Playoffs. We are into our Game 2 draft. It does seem that Paradox have elected to remain, Abba, on the red side for this second game. Let's see what kind of draft adaptations will be coming out.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they utilize the counter pick into the top lane a little bit more here, or if they're going to be able to pick something a little bit more tanky as well. Just a highlight from last game, Nebula won game 1 in this best of 5. Paradox is having a bit of a roster swap in response here. And ban number 1, Zyra, I love to see it. Screw that champ in the bot lane.
I believe, is that actually Catalyst that had the roster swap? I think it was Catalyst that had didn't they have Big Spicy in the jungle for our game 1 POG was Big Spicy, and they have Slayer Ints coming in now instead of Big Spicy. So it is actually the winning team from game 1 that is making that roster substitution, a little bit surprisingly. But Slayer, I understand, is that starting jungler. So it does make some sense that they would want to get the starter in. I guess they just couldn't make it in for game 1 for whatever reason. But they will be coming in now. And we are through our first ban phase. So Paradox will be banning away that Sejuani. So Slayer is the notorious Sejuani player for this Catalyst Nebula lineup. Obviously, Big Spicy able to lock it in previously and still finding an incredible amount of success. But it will be banned away this time around, and we get the Kaisa coming out on B1, Abba.
Yeah, Kaisa, pretty good. Is able to play things front to back, or is able to just play things back to front as well, being able to reposition with her ultimate with that shield. Pretty nice. Of course, Misfortune is open right now, which is just pretty good into Kaisa, just better at trading, better at all-inning at that stage, especially if you can get the combo with a Mumu. But it looks like they're taking Azir this game. Pretty interesting right now. We'll have to see what the response back from Nebula is going to be here. But there's a lot of control that's going to be happening with this Amumu, who can go in the jungle or it can be in the support role.
Yeah, absolutely. Still some flexing that we can do with that Amumu. Kaisa pick feels really strong, especially given that the Xayah has been banned away here. Her main counter not going to be an option for La Bête down there. Zig's still open. Catalyst Nebula pretty happy to say you're free to run that one back if you would like. Nautilus, of course, the classic pairing alongside that Kaisa.
Yeah, the beatdowns that you're able to get with Nautilus as well. Rel is also a pretty classic pairing in my mind too, just being able to reposition for that E-stun. Really powerful to get that pretty consistent as well. And then Talia.
Okay, so these mid laners going to be swapped around this time, interestingly. Rune wanting to pick away that Azir, not wanting to play against the Azir for the second game in a row, and Oxen saying, all right then, I'll take your Talia. Let me show you how this matchup can really go. And if we do see Oxen winning both sides of this Talia-Azir matchup, that is going to be so tough for Paradox to come back from.
Yeah, I was just thinking like the Giga Chad meme here. Yeah, I'll win both sides of the matchup here. Yeah. Don't you worry, bud. It's pretty difficult, especially, let's pretend for a moment Nebula wins this game. Not guaranteed, not going to jinx it or anything. But that means that Paradox would not only have to reverse sweep with a 3-0 here to win the best of 5, but like one of their better answers here would also be down in the mid lane, which is pretty important. All in all for these compositions.
Yeah, absolutely. We do get the Briar banned away here in our second ban phase. So Catalyst Nebula not willing to lock that one away early on for their top laner. Will get taken off the table and potentially just running back the exact same bans here for Catalyst Nebula. Could be the Ornn coming through here, and they would have 5 out of 5 of the same bans as game 1.
The classic strategy of ban the opponent's team.
Yeah, that they had in game 1. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. 3 out of 5 champions that Catalyst Nebula were previously piloting banned away, and a 4th one has been picked away. So, yeah, just saying we don't want you to get any of those champs again. And we're going to find out now in game 2 if the champs were really the issue or if it's just Catalyst Nebula that are a cut above.
Yeah, it looks like Kane wasn't there. No Darius here as well. Especially if they're planning to go for another tank top, just to have another tank player for Nebula here, not playing into a Darius who might be able to harass and heal up some of these longer fights. That makes sense. We all know what happens when a Darius gets some early kills, how that goes.
Absolutely, absolutely. You know, there are, of course, some other things that BP can look towards up there. You know, in their upper bracket finals over Mythic Ascension, BP was playing the Silas, had a 6-0-7 game on Silas and a 4-0-0 game on Mordekaiser. So, you know, a number of things that we can look towards here. We'll see. The Sivir has come out for La Bette over here on Paradox, so not going to be the Ziggs again. And we did have, I think, some reasonably good performances from La Bette on this Sivir in the past, so definitely needing to see that strong performance from the bot carry of Paradox if they want to stand a better chance here in game 2. But the Nocturne is going to come out here for the starting jungler of Catalyst. What do you think about that Nocturne pick?
Nocturne, pretty good right now. There's a lot of squishy targets, and with the spell shield, that can really help when you're fighting into an Amumu here as well, especially if a Silas steals it as well.
Yeah.
Oh.
So that is going to come through in that top lane for BP. You know, we do, of course, have the R5 counter pick opportunity for Fire Chicken. Can take whatever he'd like into that Silas, but I mean, there's no really good Silas counter picks that are coming to mind right now. Like maybe just some range champ, but then you're going to be lacking frontline again. Like I don't know. The Camille. Thoughts on that R5 Camille, Abba?
R5 Camille here. Well, it's not guaranteed what the matchup is, although I'm guessing it's going to be a Silas.
Oh, it's Silas top 100%, 100%.
Yeah, I've seen some weird jank. That's why I don't want to be like, oh, this is definitely what's happening. But yeah, it's probably going to be Silas. Silas kind of likes this ultimate here as well. They both have some nice trades, both scale pretty well. But I think Camille's split push is going to be a little bit better. They might be able to get more done. We saw Fire Chickens was pretty potent with their composition. And TP Ignite Camille, certainly pretty viable and is pretty good versus Silas's healing. So it's not bad. I don't think it's a bad option. That being said, it's one tank versus one tank. And if they can't deal with Nocturne plus Silas, that could be a bit of an issue as well.
Yeah, here's kind of my thought process. The Camille in itself feels fine in isolation. I think, you know, I don't really know anything about that matchup in Silas, to be honest with you, but it seems like a decent one, at least for the Camille. It's not like she's going to get bodied by the Silas or anything. But when we take the entire compositions into account, the Camille, in my eyes, starts to look a little bit more questionable. You know, for this Catalyst Nebula comp, it's a very, very, very clear identity for them once again, right? They're diving forward. They have the Nocturne, which is a well-known, amazing pairing alongside the Talia, where the mid jungle just has these global ultimates where they can immediately pop up into the side lane and just assassinate people. Very, very effective at doing this. And their side lanes have great setup as well, right? Nautilus, amazing setup. Silas can come in with the chains. And is in a pretty scrappy melee matchup as well. Go ahead.
Not to mention just more CC for Kai'Sa to get some of those stacks for some of her passive damage, just to be able to pop people. Super great there. And she has some long range abilities here with her W as well. Of course, long cooldown unless she gets 100 AP and then hits a target. But it's just so awkward for Paradox here. I was looking at that Sivir and I was like, okay, you could misposition more often and utilize your spell shield, but if your problem is that you're mispositioning, you need to stop mispositioning, right?
Yeah.
You can't use that as a crutch.
Spell shield is not a solution. Yeah.
It's
exactly.
If they're just able to get a lot of like amazing skill shots off, and you're like, how are they going through the terrain as Nautilus? Fine. Sivir option makes sense here, but if your problem is I am standing in the wrong spot a lot in this series, you just need to say, all right, I'm going to take a breather. I'm gonna stand back, and Sivir's Q is pretty long range, so maybe that's the thought process there. Long range stuff with her Q as a response. I don't think Sivir's gonna have a great matchup into Kaisa.
No, I agree. I think a lot of what this game is probably going to come down to is, do we see better performances out of Rune and Labette, right? They really, really struggled in that game number 1, and now they're playing against a similar composition, right? Another composition with all of this CC, all of this dive. It's going to make it really difficult for them to play the game. They need to position more respectfully. They need to play better around their team. And that is going to be what Paradox need to try and find themselves in a better position in the second game.
I want to make one thing clear here. Paradox has been playing relatively smart here. I think their draft phase could be better, but they just didn't have a lot of vision, so they weren't able to make informed decisions here. And part of this is kind of they weren't able to get some of the vision lines to move forward for that. Meanwhile, Nebula has. Yeah, I mean, that's part of that is because of the draft here. But Nebula's composition really exploits lack of vision. Nocturne is really good at that. So if Paradox is not finding a solution to that this game, they're going to be on the back foot so hard this game and then the series if they lose.
Yeah, and to circle back to my point about the Camille as well, and to piggyback as well off your point about the vision, if Camille doesn't have that deep vision, if she doesn't know where Catalyst Nebula are coming from, where those carries are going to be located, then she loses a ton of value as well, right? Just individually as a champion. But, you know, then you have to kind of consider that even if she does have that vision, even if she, in theory, knows, you know, who she's trying to target, this Catalyst Nebula comp is full dive. Like, there are no carries that are just going to be sitting in the back. I mean, Talia, I guess, if you get on top of the Talia and she's a little bit isolated, you know, the Camille maybe can do something there. But
if they're grouped up, you can use your ultimate, right, and just push everyone out of the way for a little bit, is a theory. But I think the idea is to be like a Trendemir split push, get that Trinity Force, just eat through towers here, and maybe you just might take some L's here. But if it's 2 people to you, that means your team's going to have an advantage elsewhere in the fight, and that might be enough to win things out here, despite the composition difference between the teams made throughout the draft phase. That's Paradox's best option, in my opinion.
We'll see how Fire Chicken decides to play it out. You know, was obviously doing a little bit of split pushing previously in game number 1 on the Kale as well. Camille a little bit better suited to that, so maybe we do see Fire Chicken pop off a little bit here in the side lane. Certainly a possibility. It did, of course, have the counter pick into the Silas as well, so safe to assume that is comfortable and confident in this matchup. And like you were kind of touching on, Abba, there are some avenues here for Paradox. It's not like it's all doom and gloom, right? We do have the Amumu, so we have better engage. I think it's safe to say than we had previously in that game 1 draft. And we do have, you know, a little bit more, I want to say, consistent DPS. Maybe that's not fair to say, actually. I do just feel that it's a little bit of a more well-rounded composition, though, for Paradox this time around. But
support Lux will be able to harass stuff, CC as well, get some setups here. Sivir can get some nice setups here as well. And Azir can wall people off as well with his ultimate, or combo into what a lot of it was doing. Because like the Azir scoop into a Mumu's ultimate is going to be pretty potent if they have the damage behind that. If you do your combo and then they live, they can do their combo.
Yeah. So, you know, we'll see how it goes. But we're into our spectator delay now, guys. And Abba, what are you thinking about these drafts? You know, again, I think we've made it pretty clear that we are a little bit more on the side of Catalyst Nebula once again here in terms of who has the superior composition. But, you know, similar question to previously, Abba, is, you know, how significant do you think that draft advantage is? And do you think it's actually going to be enough in addition to that game 1 momentum to get Catalyst Nebula the win?
Nebula's identity is stronger and exploits the weaknesses of Paradox. I would give them pretty good odds that they'll win this one. Not guaranteed, but good odds.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, we shall see, guys. You know, as we already mentioned, very, very much that momentum well and truly in favor of Catalyst Nebula. They have won now 3 consecutive games against this opponent, and they need only 2 more to become Style Season 16 champs. Paradox, the #1 seed from the regular season. They made the long journey through the lower bracket to find themselves here in the grand finals with another chance to take on their nemesis. Will they be able to rally and tie this series up 1-1? We are about to find out. Be right back.
Oh, cheeky invade into the stack.
Yeah. Welcome back, everybody, on to the Rift for our second game of the night. Both teams, as you were just mentioning, Abba, stacked up as 5, but it doesn't look like they will be finding one another.
Yeah, they were able to get that ward in there too. That's kind of cheeky. Obviously, it would have been pretty interesting to see which team would have won things out here. But let's probably just think about what these lanes are going to be looking at in the future. We talked about kind of like whole ideas here, but we're in the laning phase, so it's going to be a little bit of one-on-one action here into the top side. It's the classic short versus long. Camille wanting these short trades with Grasp, trying to get that stacked. Well, Briars, Piggies obviously wants these longer trades with Conqueror. Same thing into the jungle. Both kind of want these longer fights as well. And I think pretty much the rest of the lanes are going to be pretty similar stories here with Halo Blades versus Lethal Tempo, or just these short-term goals with Arcane Comet and First Strike.
Yeah, sorry, I was pretty distracted there, Abba, while you were talking, trying frantically to fix our scoreboard, which was extremely difficult, but we did manage to get it sorted out one way or another. And yes, okay, so we do have our junglers starting on the top side of the map this time around, different from game number 1. And quick reminder, guys, is that dredge line will go wide. A cute little sidestep down for Labette to get away from that one.
Yeah.
We do have Slayer Ints coming in the jungle position for Catalyst and Nebula.
Yeah, the dredge line missing, pulling him forward, getting a little bit of harassment in response. But as we just see here,
that is going to land. Labette in trouble again. Just going to get assassinated here at level 1. And Labette, after a rough game number 1, looks to still be struggling here in game 2. BP, though, in trouble in the top lane. Ignite won't quite be enough with the potion ticking. And BP will barely survive. But we do see Fire Chicken winning out early on with this counter pick.
Yeah. Obviously, that dredge line was pretty important there, but the wave clear that they were able to get from Cheeto here as well, getting that level 2 power spike, was everything that they needed here. So it's a bit deceptive. That last minion, the second melee minion, I believe, is what gets you level 2 right there. If you don't count them, you're going to get caught with your pants down.
Absolutely. So well known, of course, in that bot lane is the number of minions that you need in the 2v2 to get to that level 2 mark. And like you said, Labette seeming to just be losing track of that, getting caught with those pants right around the ankles, like you were just saying.
Yeah, happens to the best of us. Happens to the best of us here.
Oh, chain lands for BP in the top lane. Passive shield for the Camille going back in with the hookshot flash away for BP. Will it be enough, though? The Camille with the Q2. And that is going to be Fire Chicken on the board early on for Paradox.
It's going to be able to heal up some of it as well with Dorian's shield, and the wave will be pushing in here. So the moment Piggies is online, there's the teleport.
Flash
the dredge line
forward,
being
good
canceled.
spell shield from Labette to stay alive.
Yeah, and the snare and response there as well to make sure they're not going anywhere for an auto follow-up here. Fire's not able to get that wave quite under, but with so much resources being down, they should be able to teleport as well.
Was call from Rune. Good damage back onto Axe, and flashing forward is Depressed Hopeful Zamumu, looking to get that stun to the mid lane. Not quite able to find the boomerang, just short as well. And Paradox not quite able to find anything there, but it was very, very close.
They were able to find a friend along the way here, so Depressed Hopeful probably standing a little bit more helpful in that engage, even though they ended up getting a kill. They got some nice flash out of the mid laner here as well, and their teleport is down. So this wave bounced back. They're able to clear it up pretty well. That means Rune won't have to use their teleport at all. Oh my goodness.
Hook shot, not quite. BP level down up here. Silas could be in trouble, but never mind. He does have his jungler in the area. How long is that hook shot cooldown? It's probably a little bit too long. As Slayer Ints, starting jungler for Catalyst Nebula, making his way into that top lane and picking up his first of the game.
Yeah, so we talked about earlier on about Nebula's vision, and they've got a bunch of wards into the river, and they have some in that lane as well, so they have a pretty good idea where their laner is. But Nebula has been, or not Nebula, Paradox has been pushing up pretty consistently. Fire Chicken's been putting on the pressure. Of course, they've got the Tri-Bush marked, but they don't have the other one marked up. And Hookshot, 16-second cooldown since you asked. So if it's down for some of these aggressive kills, it's not going to be up for a while, which means it can be certainly punished, especially once Slayer Ints hits level 6. It's not going to be a better story for them.
Oh, yeah. Going to need to be very, very careful with that hookshot usage, especially with that long cooldown early on. We shall see, Slayer Ints with the more successful gank attempt than their opposition and able to start pulling ahead now a little bit in terms of that farm as well on the Nocturne.
Yeah, has the chain whip here as well, which is a pretty nice first buy with the boots. Early boots in jungle. It helps with wave clear because the cooldown time between walking between camps is faster, which is just nice. It's underrated. Everyone just wants to do more damage. It's so helpful for clear speeds.
Yeah, you do see a lot of high elo junglers just straight up rushing boots in a lot of cases because that there is so much value in being able to get between your camps faster, right? At the highest level of play, those timing windows can make a really, really huge difference. But, we are relatively even early on. We do see the Catalyst Nebula have opened up a little bit of a gold lead, but certainly it's not too insurmountable just yet. But this bot lane is looking very, very difficult at the very least for Paradox.
The other thing I want to mention is, okay, the kill lead was relatively the same. Paradox didn't have a kill yet, but they had a closer gold lineup despite there being more kills at this stage of the game. But they had advantages in farm in pretty much every lane. They don't have that. They're losing everyone except mid lane, which is essentially tied right now.
Very, very true, Abba. Yes, I do recall, that as well. The fact that in that game number 1, Paradox were able to stay even in gold for so long with their good CS numbers. Doesn't appear to be the same story this time around. We do see Depressed Hopeful looking to do some counter jungling here. Must have some knowledge that his opponent is on the objective on the other side of the map. But this is very favorable for Catalyst Nebula. They're going to start stacking up these neutrals even a little bit faster, Abba, than they did in game number 1.
Yeah, they haven't seen the jungler in a while. And they did drag it at about the 8-minute mark before. So getting the blue buff is a punish. And they're behind in farm. And just trying to get them to level 6 to be able to match their opponent, I don't think is a bad option. It might not be the strongest option. But yeah, because their mid might have been able to rotate if they were able to clear the wave a little bit. But their back timer was off a little bit there. And then bots pretty much shoved in. So they would have had to negate the wave or try and force that fight out, and that's not a guaranteed option, so it's not a consistent play. And even if they just kind of force that, yeah, it's probably one of their better plays, unfortunately.
Oh dear, this is so dangerous now. LaBelle and Labette have stepped up a little bit too far. That is going to be the dredge line. Oh, good damage onto Cheeto. Actually, the Kai'Sa going down so low. Gets the kill. Flashes away. Will not survive. Labette gets one back on the Sivir. Lethal Tempo stacked up now. Should be able to win out, I think, against the... Never mind. It's just the point-blank hook. The anchor connecting for the X-Hero, and it will be 2-1 Catalyst in the bot lane.
Yeah, shock. The runestone right there for X-Hero, plus the shield is all they need. They were able to get an excellent setup there, and he just does more damage than you expect, honestly. So able to get that
if Labette had been able to flash away from that dredge line, I do think the Sivir could have won that, but it was basically point-blank Q, right? So pretty hard to get away from that one.
I think they were trying to spell shield for their support.
BP. Never mind, he's just going to get taken down. I think you can continue your point.
Yeah, I'm like, there's no way they lived through that. They don't have cleanse. I think they were trying to spell shield for their support so that they didn't get CC'd and were able to follow up some damage. Because it looked like they were walking in front on purpose or something.
I meant the second hook.
The second. Yeah. Okay, yeah.
But we did just see the side of Paradox getting another kill in the top lane. So they are finding some advantage for themselves. Oh, that is a beautiful flash hook from the X-Hero. Easily scoops up another one. Slayerin's going to be able to get the last hit. And now Labette does still have the flash and also a jungler. So Depressed Hopeful going to move up here. Going to try and peel as much as possible, but it turns out it's not actually very much that he's able to do, as in goes the Kai'Sa with the killer instinct. Cheeto saving that one for the perfect moment, and that is going to be a double kill over to the Catalyst Nebula AD carry. They are starting to once again, Abba, take pretty firm control over Summoner's Rift.
Yep, able to get the vision from the W, so Cheetah could ultimate in there, get some nice trades, get the ISO Q damage from the If It Can Rain. They were sitting at, 2 kills beforehand. Now they're at 4. They already had Static Shiv, and now they're sitting at 1.2k gold unspent in their pockets, which is more than the advantage they have over their opponent at this point. 5.1k versus 3.2k over at Labette. It's kind of a similar story here. Half the deaths is because of their AD carry on the side of Paradox.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's looking like another rough game for Labette down there. And in the mid lane, we actually just saw something really cool, as I'm not quite sure who cast first, if it was the Talia Rockfield that went down, or if Azir was trying to use the shuffle and then the Talia E came out in response. But regardless, that was just Azir ulting and not getting anything in the mid lane, and Talia very much winning out in the trade. Axon looking to continue controlling that mid part of the map, not able to get a huge CS lead or anything, but definitely winning out in that last trade at least. And good combo as the Lux Implement does get Cheeto down extremely low. Killer Instinct still on cooldown, so Cheeto has to be careful about walking up. Here's another Lucent Singularity will connect, and Kai'Sa, after having just got back to lane, is down to about 100 HP, and we'll just have to go straight back to the fountain to heal.
Yeah. Oh, they have red buff. They
Dangerous.
might be trying to heal
Second
this
round,
out.
that is just going to be a kill onto the support as the light binding lands. Maybe with those spells on cooldown, it's safe for Cheeto at least to get the cannon, but we have
The
signs of life
boomerang
now
stopped
for
it.
this Paradox bot lane.
The boomerang stops the back.
Wait, what back?
I think that so Cheeto I think was trying to back that. I think they got procced by a boomerang. I thought I saw their health go down, so their back got canceled for a little bit off the tower. Oh, that was amazing. Yeah.
So that's good from La Belle and La Belle now. You know, they've managed to find a little bit of an not like a lead for themselves, but oh, Axton in trouble. Flashing away will survive.
Oh, yeah. Man, capitalizing on these flashes, we've been seeing them go left and right. Of course, top side's going to be missing one permanently with their some of their choices, but they've been able to get a lot of value out of it.
Yeah. Fire Chicken, as you mentioned earlier on, with the teleport ignite here, is definitely at least holding their own on the Camille, but hasn't really been able to extend. Remember, they got that solo kill early on, but they haven't been able to do too much more in terms of pressuring this lane against BP.
I would argue they have. It's just the stats don't review it because their junglers had to help bail them out several times, which forces them to
Paranoia utilized in the mid lane. Good shuffle from the Azir to get Slayerins underneath the turret. Will the Nocturne at least be able to trade one back? He will be able to. 1-for-1 in the mid lane, but down here in the bot side, Kai'Sa finding another victim. Oxen, though, getting taken down by Depressed Hopeful in mid. That shove will not save the Talia, so a 2-for-2 overall.
Yeah, jungle mid laner versus mid laner support favors Paradox, in my opinion.
Yeah. Especially because they're behind as well. So just any kind of remotely even trade is going to be to their benefit.
Well, and it's just like support isn't as important as jungle mid lane.
Yeah, of course, that as well, yeah.
And they were able to get a nice tower plate into the bot side as well. So 4 versus 3. Everything that you need. They're slowly trying to get back into this. And we see the Divine Sundra. They didn't go Triforce, like I mentioned, in the draft phase. So it looks like they're trying to go for more of a 1v1 versus a split push with the Trinity Force.
Labet's going to get rooted up by the staggering blows from the Nautilus. Will connect the Dredgeline Spell Shield a moment late there for Labet, but the Killer Instinct will not come through. It was Catalyst Nebula not quite in position to go for the all-in there. The Camille Ultimate will come out, as both Camille Ultimates do come down, but the true Camille is Fire Chicken, will emerge victorious, and there is that Camille starting to put on some more pressure in the top lane.
There can only be one Highlander into the top lane here. It looks like Fire Chicken is not going to back down. They're going to go in, get some of these kills, and Divine Sundra plus that shield makes things so difficult for BP here. We're kind of talking about, we're not sure about how this lane goes up, and this is kind of how I expected it to go. But we're going to have to see how it goes composition-wise for this whole team. Forcing out a teleport again. So no teleport advantage coming out of Biggies anymore.
Ooh, Everfrost there canceled the hook shot. Did BP. Fire Chicken might be in trouble now. I'm pretty sure the Silas E cooldown will come up before the hook shot. Can he land the chains? Yes, he can. This should be enough. And there is BP getting some revenge. First of the game for the Silas. Flashing forward now. Gets the flash out from the Lux in response. Paranoia for Slayerins. Trying to get on top of this Sivir. Will also flash away. Stay alive. Final Spark. Good damage. On to 2. More numbers for Paradox as they get the sweep back in. And they take down the Jungler X Hero. No way out. 2-for-0. Paradox in the bot lane. They're finding quite a few advantages for themselves now, Abba.
Yeah, they were able to get a lot of picks here. And one thing I mentioned about last game was, hey, they didn't have the vision line. Look at what they have. They have the Rift Scuttle. So they're able to, or not the Rift Scuttle, they just have the Scuttler there so that they can get some vision there. They had some words around there. They knew where people were going to be. They have vision control into the top side river.
Labets. Go ahead, Abba.
So they knew where people were, but of course they tried to overextend there and try and get some vision there. Control word caught them out. They were low from that fight. They're getting punished for that. So not going to be all in all great for them, but it's a 1,000 gold difference between the two of them.
Between the two teams?
Yeah, between the two teams, which is like pretty important. And laning phase is down. So we're into the mid game because no tower's done. We hit the 14-minute mark.
Ooh, again, we have canceled the hook shot for BP. Will not continue the chase, though. That Camille was full health with Divine Sunderer.
For sure. And we're seeing this sort of movement towards the top side because of the way the waves are pushing to the mid lane, and then of course the clear path for Slayer Iris. One thing I don't think either of us mentioned is first dragon from Paradox in this series so far in game 2 right now. So it's not going to be a 4 Drake game to Soul.
I think actually their first neutral of any kind, that dragon.
They might have gotten a tower last game, but yeah, that might have been their first neutral. That's a statement.
Yeah. But at least it came in game 2 and not any later than that. So, Paradox clearly starting to find their footing in this second game. We've seen a couple of good looks for them already. Fire Chicken looking pretty comfortable on this Camille.
Yeah, and maybe they just need a warm-up game. Game 1, they're like, all right, so our fingers are warmed up and remember exactly what we're doing here. We can do this. They're putting much more of a fight here, and they're able to get a lot more pressure and just win some of these fights out.
Yeah, absolutely. That is what they are going to be looking for. We have a Hextech Soul, and we also have Labette, who seems to be pretty far down this lane again. That Dredge line will not land, but Cheeto is just going to be focusing down the Sivir. The Depth Charge will be spell shielded, and the Flash has to come out to get away from the final spring. The Light Binding will land. The Lucid Singularity for the kill, and it's going to be Labelle that turns the play around. X-Hero now will not be able to get away as Labette with the Boomerang, and it's going to be Paradox once again in this bot lane 2-0.
Yeah, the classic support item of Luden's Echo really helping.
Second half of the stolen Amumu ultimate from Beat beyond it too. The teleport coming down from the Talia, but the Silence going to be the first couch in this fight. Decent shove, but doesn't manage to focus down the Amumu. Slayerins does make his way up in the Nocturne accent, flashing away, staying alive. First kill for the side of Catalyst Nebula in this fight, and Slayerins should be able to clean up the Camille as well. You have to imagine. Might have another hook shot actually back up in just a moment here. The Divine Thunder not quite enough as Accent moving back over with the Pebbles will make this a 2-for-1 in favor of Catalyst Nebula.
I think if they were able to go onto the Talia there with the hook shot, that might have been enough. They ended up guessing they were going on to the opposing Nocturne there, and able to secure that kill, the movement, the stun, everything else beautifully played. The schmovement that was happening out of Fire Chicken was almost enough, but in the end, obviously wasn't there. And that essentially 2v1, 3v1, if you want to think about it that way, with the early on kill. They're just, they don't have that much vision, right? They're doing the top lane thing of just pushing. It's an island. Who else is here? Exactly, I just got my basketball with a smiley face on it.
Castaway reference. Nice. That was a good one. We do have Briarpick is moving into this mid lane. He's going to get shuffled into the Azir turret, and the Silas is going down extremely low. He has a little bit of healing. The stolen Azir ultimate is not enough, as that is going to be a BP taken down, but the Azir does get traded back as 1-for-1 in the mid lane. This is an extremely even game that we have on our hands now here in game number 2, as these teams just going back and forth, blow for blow, pretty consistently.
Paradox has the gold advantage right now.
Yeah.
And I think they have the first 3 towers. This is the opposite of what happened last game. Nebula was able to get the first 3 towers.
Yeah, and I think we can say once again with there's a pretty decisive scaling advantage for Paradox with this draft, right? It's not like Catalyst Nebula can't play the game if we go late. It's just they can't really 5v5 as well as Paradox can in neutral territory. So, it is just going to get more difficult for this Catalyst composition to play as we go on.
I wouldn't argue that's as much scalability. That's more like stylistically, like dive versus scaling or like team fighting.
I would argue that it's harder to execute on the dive. Your opponents have more avenues where they can play around it just by grouping up, right? Versus in team fights, you kind of have to fight for the neutral objectives, or you're just kind of seeding the entire game. So, Paranoia coming in onto this Lux, who is a little bit isolated, trying to get some vision. We do have the Amumu moving over with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but not in time to save the support. And Depressed, hopefully, I was just going to have to flash over the wall to try and make for the hills, get towards safety. We do have this ward that was placed in the pit by Labelle, but it's just going to get swept away. And now Labette has just walked in, wanting to join their support in the afterlife, I suppose. That is going to be now Catalyst Nebula getting some control back.
AD carry and support a forever duo joining together in eternity. That is the fountain. Sadly, they do end up going here, and this is going to be Hexol, right? This is the 3rd dragon right now. I know the icon shows dragon. Riot Games has not fixed this for over a season. We all know that story.
Yep, that is just your classic spectator bug. There are so very many of them.
Yep. But getting back into the game here, Labette constantly has been standing at the wrong spot. Now, they haven't been dying as often. At this stage in the game, they were like 0-7 or 1-7. Now they're 3-5-3, doing significantly better. I love to see it. But I have to mention, gold lead has evened out, even though the kills are 16-13, slightly favoring Nebula here. Gold is pretty even, partially because of some of these CS differences.
And if this positioning continues to be a problem for Labette as we move in towards the late game here, then the point that I was making earlier about the composition for Catalyst Nebula being more difficult to play might be entirely irrelevant. If they can just consistently pick off this Sivir, you know, in these side lanes, then, you know, that's kind of all they need.
And traditionally, it's not great if you end up picking out the support, but they do have a Lux, who just kind of just does damage. You don't really need as much here. So even if they end up getting that, it's good.
If you can get them both, then you're feeling really good, right?
Yeah. Turns out 3v5s, very favorable for the 5 side.
Yeah, generally speaking, I do think that is absolutely true. As X-Hero is going to walk forward very menacingly, but that auto attack will be spell shielded by Labette.
This is not JoJo's. There's not an enemy stand here. You don't need to walk forward.
Here comes the Weaver's Wall. That's going to be Oxen going underneath the turret, and there's no retreat. Look at that Weaver's Wall just cutting off the escape path completely. Labelle did have the flash to get over that wall, but Labelle absolutely did not, and we saw what happened to that Lux.
Yeah, Slayer ends just going in, finding the enemy stand and deleting them here. Oh, that tower was not enough safety for them. Sally, the turret, was not able to do that. And might be going down with how many people are there. Just a lot of pressure coming out. No objectives up other than Baron. It's 23 minutes, and with the way things are going up, there's a lot of vision being seated over there right now. Thank Incandescent Dawn for the raid. Welcome aboard, everyone. This is a best of 5.
Okay, that is just going to be Labette. Picked off once again. It's a little bit more difficult to fault him for that one, as it was just Kaisa landing a W that spelled his demise. But
they were around the wave too, trying to go for it. So good on them for trying. It's a pretty long range spell. It's slow and thick, but long ranged at that.
It's a thick spell.
It is thick. It's like Morgana Q thick.
Is it like really... Ash ult levels of thick?
It's not that level of thick. It's not dummy thick. It's only 2 Cs. Okay, not 3.
This is an important distinction to make, I think.
Mm-hmm.
But still, it's thick enough, clearly, to cause some difficulty for Labette, who was just extremely caught out by the thickness. He had a sickness for it, it turns out.
Yep, too juicy, too juicy.
Yep.
That being said, lane priority into the mid lane and top lane is going to be pretty important if they want to be going for this Baron. No team has been really setting up for it. They've had some vision up for it, but there's been no control wars around this. They might be going for Dragon 3 just because Hex Dragon is so nice. Just good on everyone, period.
And obviously the safer objective to look towards as well. But yeah, on your point about the lack of Baron setup, neither team in this entire game so far has really found a team fight decisive enough to warrant that kind of play. As the dredge line will connect, was not spell shielded in time, and it's just going to be Labette taken down once again. Cheeto managing to stay alive on that back line. The Fear Tether has come down, and that will beautifully set up for the dredge line as they get both carries again. For Paradox have been taken down, and Catalyst Nebula, there is that decisive team fight that we were waiting for. They're straight onto the Baron. Yeah,
game 1, they just kind of picked people off and then went back into the Baron here. In game 2, they were able to get a similar effect here as well. Some people are pretty low. Fire Chicks might be able to get Cheeto here as a 1-for-1, but it'd be pretty dangerous.
Wanting to make her way in with this hook shot, but going to be stuffed on the engage by BP and X-Hero. And now the peel off the Baron. Very clean shot calling there for Catalyst Nebula. They turn onto the Camille. They easily take her down. They will not be able to finish the objective. So honestly, worthwhile from Fire Chicken to stick his head in there and stop that from going over. But still, it's just another kill. It's just more gold stacked up by CN.
Yeah, they do lose, 60% of their stacks on death from the Ravenous Hydra, but the enemy team doesn't have a Baron, so that's pretty nice here. And because of how things are resetting, they're able to get a start onto this dragon. Teleports are used, though.
Nocturne parry in the pit, and of course he gets the steal. There's the starting jungler coming in for Catalyst. Nebula stealing away the objective, and the team fight is looking to go in their favor as well as X-Hero on the front line, CCing everybody up the depth charge onto the AD carry, and LaBelle is going down once again. It's going to be LaBelle desperately trying to trade back the final spark, but the Void Seeker will find its mark. A double kill for Cheeto, and Catalyst Nebula looking to go up to match point in tonight's grand finals.
I would like to apologize for everyone's ear, but that was a sick steal. I saw that coming a mile away, and I was like, oh no, is he going to do it? And they did it. Oh my goodness. They have 3 dragons right now, and, well, Chickens is between a rock and a hard place right now. W's going to be up right now.
Come home to roost, I think. There's the hook shot to try and create a little bit of space, but the fear tether will come down, and Fire Chicken's all out of options. There are the eggs being laid, and there is the ace completed for Catalyst Nebula.
I loved Chicken's movement there because they moved in front of the Krug, so even if the movement was predicted, because you get some vision if you hit the W proc, the Krugs would have been in the way, so that wouldn't have gone through it, which means there's still effectively no 1v1 because the enemy to carry Cheeto is too low here. Obviously, it's going to be a very difficult battle versus Nocturne, but you're getting the best chance that they possibly could if they were to have any.
Yeah, it has been a valiant effort, I think, from the Fire Chicken all game long, right? Able to find some advantages actually individually this time around in that top lane, but just doesn't really feel like it's been enough. You know, the advantages have not been sizable enough. The side lane pressure just not really there. And these picks continue to come through as BP with a beautiful Zhonya's even to deny some of this return damage from coming out. And then he just jumps onto LaBelle, who is just so far behind at this point in the game. The Curse of the Sad Mummy will come out, but the Sivir and the Lux are already down. And the damage is just going to come through. It's going to be Paradox chased all the way underneath their tier 2. The flash forward for Rune does get the shuffle onto Oxen. And the Talia, I don't think, is making her way out of this one. Will get taken down. A shutdown goes over to the mid laner, who will just barely survive that Leandri's burn. But it's going to be Catalyst Nebula still looking towards this objective, even without their Talia. Amumu does not have many tools to work with, though. No flash or ultimate, just a smite. And a bandage toss, not even going to try for it. So Catalyst Nebula will get the Baron, and they will extend their lead, ABBA, to around the tune of 7.5K.
Yeah, that's certainly enough to close games out, especially when you have Baron buff. Of course, they only have 2 towers, and the outermost turret into the mid lane still exists, which means it's going to be even further for them to push out. The waves are out, which delays it even more. Excellent play by Paradox. Able to get a lot of value here, and they're trying to secure this bot wave while people are backing up from the Baron, so that they have to push out even further, and he can slide out because he's a Azir. Very good play.
Sure, yeah, trying to get these waves pushed out while they can, but this siege will likely be pretty tough to withstand. When we do a quick ult check over here for Catalyst Nebula, we got all 5 online, so they are ready to go. We just need one little bit of CC to land, one person to step just a little bit out of position, and we're going to see some more bodies hit the floor for Catalyst Nebula as they take down this mid-tier 1.
And with
X-Tech Soul in 90 seconds time, they can continue to siege up until then. The Azir turret comes out just to stall a little bit more time. That's a lot of damage coming out before the dives even come through. Look at all of this poke that's landing.
They don't have any minions to hide behind, right? So Cheeto is able to get a lot of free W's out, and then of course you can stand into the jungle, go through from that side. There's just nowhere to get protected. They just have to kind of concede these towers or get
Weaver's Wall.
out.
This play coming out once again from Axe and looking to cut out that escape path, but we didn't have a minion wave, and the side of Catalyst Nebula reluctant to actually go straight under the turret there. They're playing this one very patiently.
I don't think they need to. I mean, the enemy does have a lot of tools to deal with the dive. You know, Depressed Hopeful still has their ultimate. Rune H still has their ultimate as well to just kind of force everyone up into that area. Just play nice and smart, use those can minions, siege things out. And they got 2 towers, right? Like, that's the least you could ask for out of this.
Yeah, absolutely. So still a very worthwhile play from Catalyst Nebula, able to extend their lead in a meaningful fashion, but not entirely blowing the game open just yet. You know, there still is the unbroken base for Paradox, and they are looking for Accent in the side lane right now as the Boomerang will get flashed away from Talia, creating some more space here. And Azir, without his own flash, not able to close that distance. Chain's not going to land for BP, but the Dredge line Also not going to land for the X-Hero, and Camille will be able to saunter away.
Yeah, just a little bit too close to that wall there.
Now, and this is going to be the Hextech
Oh.
Soul. I mean, this is pretty much game ending, in my opinion. I mean, the Hextech Soul is just so incredibly powerful. And, you know, usually we see it most effective on sort of long range, high DPS comps. But, I mean, it's going to be insanely strong on this dive comp as well. You know, you go in, you get the slow. That is going to be a dredge line landing. That is just going to be a dead fire chicken. There's the shining star, the biggest hope. A nice stopwatch from Cheeto to get away from that final spark. It is X-Hero on the front line getting bursted down. There's more members in this fight right now. Slayerins goes in with the paranoia and just kind of feeds himself into the meat grinder. So that is a little bit of a freebie for Paradox. They're starting to come back. BP off on the side goes Golden. Won't be able to get away either. So some kills, some shutdowns gifted over to Paradox. But will it be enough? The killer instinct in as Cheeto finds their moment, gets one back.
Wow, that fight was a lot closer than you'd expect, especially with 62.7k versus 55, so 7k difference roughly.
I mean, that was just Catalyst Nebula not being together. I mean, they're just kind of getting caught out there, and Nocturne going in without the rest of the team. You know, these things do happen. They do have the huge enough lead where it probably won't matter, but
I mean, they got to take a lesson from Silas here, right? It's not your ultimate, it's our ultimate. We got to be together here. We got to be a Soviet, move together as one big union and just take out the enemy team.
Yeah, that is absolutely what we need to see. We did see a little bit of this in game one as well, right? Where Catalyst Nebula had a couple of moments where they weren't necessarily as together. They were kind of giving up some free kills over to the opposition, but obviously it didn't end up mattering in that previous game, and I don't think it's very likely to matter here either, as they do still seem to be the better team overall. And we do have 90 seconds now on the next Baron with Hextech Soul in tow. There are very, very few options, I think, for Paradox in terms of trying to establish control and win out in this fight.
Yeah, I meine one of the things here is if people keep getting caught up, they can shove this out, but if they walk any further, they don't have the vision. They just got it right then. Otherwise, dredge line and followed up by anything else, even if we got spell shield, would be a disaster for them.
Loving this formation right now for Catalyst Nebula. They've got the 1-3-1 with the divers, with the global ultimates. In comes the paranoia. That is going to be so low as the Azir right at the start of this one. Will get burst down. There's both carries again. Taken down right at the start of the fight as the dive is extremely successful for Catalyst Nebula. They just wipe their opponents off the rift with another dominant team fight win. And they're going to look to take their second Nexus of the night.
It's very likely for that to happen, especially with the opposing side being not up for another 30 to 40 seconds. That's more than enough time to take out some turrets as well as the inhibs. And they have good wave clear as well. Good harass.
Two inhibitors down. Nexus turret's under fire. Camille stunned up underneath. Instantly deleted. 35 minutes on the game clock, and Catalyst Nebula put themselves at match point as they look to secure a Season 16 championship title.
Yeah, it's a best of 5 though, so still more games to come up here as well. There's one thing I do want to mention here. We saw Nebula take Azir versus Tilia into game 1. Nebula won that game, and then we saw the opposite matchup, and Nebula won that matchup here as well. So H-Rune was not winning these mid lane matchups despite what they might have wanted. And we've also noticed that Paradox has had the counter for top lane here as well, and they haven't had necessarily the advantage in top lane when they've needed it. So they've got the work cut out for them if they want to win this series.
I mean, I do feel pretty strongly that this game was not really Fire Chicken's fault whatsoever. I mean, did kind of get caught out that one time towards the end of the game that did kind of end up being the death knell, but it was pretty over before then. I mean, that was after Hextech Soul had already gone over. And I do think that the laning phase was in Fire Chicken's favor this time around. I do think that the counter pick found some value. Whether it was enough value is a little bit more up for debate because, of course, Paradox did also have the opportunity to choose their side for this second game. They wanted the red side for that counter pick. Obviously was not enough to get them the win. And the other thing for Paradox is I do think that we saw some better performances from mid and ADC, from Rune and Labette, but ultimately, but not nearly good enough.
Oh, absolutely. It's so difficult for Paradox right now because a lot of their carries get caught out. The number of times you've said and they got both of their carries makes things really difficult. So let's say their jungler was nearby or their top laner was nearby to like re-engage there. They just don't have the damage to follow up. So like, what are they going to do? Go in and die? Or are they going to farm some camps? Either way, it's not a winning scenario for Paradox. Although they certainly played this up much better. They had the lead for a little bit. It wasn't a big lead. It was only about 1,000 gold, but they weren't able to utilize that lead quite as much as the opposing team. They had 3 towers as an advantage versus the opposing team, and they weren't able to secure a vision line. And like I said in the draft phase, the opposing team, Nebula's team, was able to abuse that lack of vision. Their team was designed to say, fix this problem or we will take this game. And that's what we saw.
They took the game. They sure did. I do think it is very important for us to remember that, as you just mentioned, Abba, Paradox were in a winning position at one point in this game. So clearly, they do have, theoretically, what it takes to actually win out in this matchup against Catalyst Nebula. But, it comes... It comes down to that positioning in the mid and late game. They just aren't able to set themselves up for success even when they have the lead. And that is what we really need to see them tidy up. But enough about Paradox here. We do need to get towards our Game 2 POG before we get into our next break, Abba. Who would you look towards this time
around? I think I gotta go with their mid laner. They were able to get a lot of trades up. They won a lot of their exchanges. They really set their team up. They got some nice splits as well for everything. And they were able to get some like pretty decent wave control as well to set up for some of those plays.
Yeah, I do agree. I think the Talia ultimates were quite nice in this game. And just being able to win out on both sides of that matchup, as we were highlighting in the draft before we even got onto the Rift for this game number 2, is so mentally devastating. You have to feel for Rune, who's now lost on both sides of this Talia Azir matchup. You have to wonder what they are going to look towards in draft now. It just feels like there's so many problems. There's just fires all over the place for Paradox right now. And they need to do something crazy to try and find their way back into this series, because right now it is absolutely feeling like 3-0 for Catalyst.
This is my advice. Understand that you don't have the better mid lane and that you don't have the better bot lane. Pick something that is safe and not as exploitable. Sivir wasn't as exploitable. They did better in that matchup, and they've been able to win topside. That, if they can create a monster there that they have to send people to go through, which is kind of why I was hoping they would go for that split push, because Fire Chicken's been able to do that. If they can get that sort of gameplay in, that could be enough to really start things up. They just got to play Vision a little bit smarter too on top of that. But I think that's what they need. They need like a nice, good tanky support in jungle. They can go for this really high split push top side and then some safe carries.
So in other words, you would actually be in favor of Paradox selecting red side again here for game 3 to get that top counter pick.
I would. Just because let's think about what they would want blue side. There is some overlap for competitions for what champions they want. They've picked some of the champions that the other team has picked, so there is some competition for that. It didn't work out, right? So what would they pick for their first pick in that theory? Their jungler?
Yeah,
right. But that's going to kind of show some of their hand for how their team's been coming together. So them getting red side actually still makes sense to me. They don't get as much value out as blue side as they want. The only reason for them to pick blue side in game 3 is because they think they would deny more value than their opponent would gain from getting their counter matchup onto red side, if that makes sense.
Well, it is an interesting theory, Ava Trombone, but it is not up to us. It is up to the teams. So we'll just have to wait and see what the side of Paradox are going to try and go for to get themselves on the board in tonight's finals, or if they're just going to get swept away by Catalyst Nebula, who seem to have had their number all season long. We'll find out, guys, after another short break. Don't go anywhere. Here we go. All right, everybody, welcome back once again to the Style Esports Season 16 playoffs. We are about to jump into our Game 3 draft between the first seed Paradox, who are now up against the ropes, against the number 4 seed Catalyst Nebula, looking to secure themselves this championship. Paradox, as the losers of Game 2, have elected Abba to move over to the blue side now against your recommendation to try and get themselves a win in tonight's match.
Hey, we'll have to see if I'm wrong or right. It's not over till it's over here, and they're not doing the age-old strategy here of banning the enemy team from Game 1. It looks like they might be doing a little bit of both, perhaps. I'm going to predict Nocturne ban, Ashe, and then maybe a Nautilus to go with it.
Yeah, I mean, the problem for Paradox is just the fact that they don't have enough ban slots, Abba. There are just too many champions for Catalyst Nebula that they need to be concerned about. And you're not going to solve all of your problems here in the draft phase. You know, after Game 1, it kind of felt that way, that Paradox maybe just shot themselves in the foot a little bit with their composition. But after looking at Game 2, it's very clear to us now, I think, that Catalyst Nebula are just playing better.
Yeah, I mean, they're going with the classic strategy, ban what they played last game versus, hey, if they can't beat this, don't fix what's not broken, which I think is the right move, Nebula. We'll have to see what Paradox is going to go with the first pick. Like I said, there's a couple of stuff for competition in the mid lane, but they haven't been winning those on either side of the equation here. Nebula just kind of flexing on them. Tough. They're going for Nebula.
Yeah, going to be the Mumu locked in here on B1 for Depressed Hope, will presumably in that jungle position once again, but we have given over the Kaisa to Cheeto. He's going to be able to snatch up that Daughter of the Void. And that was a very, very strong Kaisa game that we just saw previously. I forget what the exact damage numbers were, but it was absolutely Kaisa on top of those charts.
Oh, Maokai.
I feel like Maokai Kaisa is probably the lock in here. No, maybe not. I feel the Kaisa was just so good. Why would you not run back the Kaisa?
Oh, man. No, if they go for the Ziggs, they're going to be like, all right, guys, we're going to pick champions you picked and then beat you. The total disrespect? Are we getting the total?
No, okay, the Kaisa is just too free. Like, I feel like you have to take the Kaisa here. It just would feel so silly to pick anything else. And now Paradox. What is going to be the answer for La Bette? The Ziggs didn't work. The Sivir kind of worked a little bit better, but not really.
Ezreal, maybe they might go for the arcane shift here. I could see some cheeky Twitch play.
Yeah, it's tough. Their most played is the Xayah has just been banned out all night long.
Oh,
not going to let him get on that.
Zeri
Yumi. Okay, I mean, that is a lane. And I think that is sort of in the vein of what we were hoping to see from the La Duo.
The thing is, if they go for that, Maokai Kaisa's goal is to just like one-shot you. So the sustain isn't going to make as much of a difference. And Maokai Kaisa doesn't have a whole lot of shielding except for when Kaisa ultimates. Skarner, of course, does have some shielding. It's been forever since I've seen Skarner. I kind of want to see it just because it's been so long.
I would love to see the Skarner as well, but again here, Abba, the Sejuani is just too free. Remember, this is Slayer Ints that we're talking about. He's been so dominant on this pick.
It's objectively better, but who am I to say I want content, right? Like, it's obviously what I want.
This is the grand finals, though. After all, you know, it is about try-harding. So I hear.
I guess that's fair.
I appreciate what you're saying, Abba, but I do like to see the Sejuani here.
Yeah, Sejuani, definitely the better pick. Nebula got some pretty good tanks here. Paradox has one so far, and they've pretty much been sticking to that. Looks like Amumu is going to be jungle here. Probably going to get the same bans from Nebula. They're probably just sitting here trying to figure out what they're going to go for as they have to do the first pick into this setup. Yep. I mean, Darius is like pretty nasty, right? Like we saw the Camille do pretty well. If that Darius gets online, they're going to be able to chew through some of these champions.
Yeah, but not going to be the case because he is obviously banned. So will not be picked here in game number 3. Last ban now to come out from Paradox. Round out our second ban phase. Another mid lane option, perhaps. Do they fear the Azir, the Talia, something else? What is it going to be? The Briar. Fair enough. Yeah, BP is pretty scary in that game number 1. It's going to be the Syndra blind for Axen this time around. Neither the Azir nor the Talia. Pulling out something a little bit different here. Never mind. I have been baited. Maybe.
Nebula, the master baiters here, picking the Azir, not the Syndra. I mean, both were fine. Like, Syndra's pretty good at rounding out compositions here, but Azir's just been pretty good, and they haven't been able to answer it, so why pick anything different?
And honestly, Rune's Azir did look better than Rune's Talia, so I like taking the Azir side of this, since Axen did have the choice. And now Rune, what is going to be the option here? I mean, I don't think we want to see Talia again. What else do you have into Azir? Do we play Xerath, perhaps? Do we play Vladimir?
Okay.
Thoughts, Abba?
I was hoping for something like a Malzahar to stop some of this all-in potential here, just to tell them no, followed up by some damage, get some nice wave clear, right, and all that. To go in scaling. Yuumi, Vlad, Zeri, Yuumi, good together. You just have to one carry, and Yumi's going to be like, "You are my best friend. Let us commit mass murder." That's the game plan, at least.
Okay. The Tristana actually going to be coming out into that mid lane. So the Vladimir into top side as a blind pick, and then the Tristana to match the Azir. So does feel like a pretty good answer. That is a skill matchup, I understand, and Tristana Azir, and Axen does seem to have been the more skilled mid laner so far tonight, but the Tristana should certainly have more early pressure at the very least.
The rocket jump too will help get across stuff. Of course, Mordekaiser can just say, "Welcome to Brazil."
No
looks
way,
like I've been baited. They go into Riven.
Wow-wee. Okay, Riven. For the game 3, of course, BP would pick some weird carry shit, you know, with a name like that. You know, the Mordekaiser would have been too standard, too boring.
Too boring.
So it will be the Riven that comes out. I do not see, Abba, any Riven in the OP.GG for this player, so this doesn't necessarily seem to be a comfort pick. Okay.
Riven's notorious for being the easiest champion in the game, even easier than Yuumi.
Really?
No.
Is that right?
No. It'll be interesting to see if they can pull it off. She's got a lot of combos. Like, if you look at like some of the more combo-oriented champions, like even like Katarina, I think her videos are like so much longer because there's so much you can do with Riven, with how much she has to time stuff out. That being said, manaless topside.
Yeah, very true. We're going to have no mana whatsoever in that top lane, unless, of course, there's a jungler or a mid laner that happens to find themselves there. But that is an interesting thing to note. How do we feel about the matchup in general, though, of Riven into Vladimir? I mean, obviously, BP is somewhat confident here, you know, opting into the matchup. But do you have any knowledge in this department, Abba?
All right, so I have not seen anything on this, but let's think about the tools that they have. Riven's got a lot of mobility, can get onto targets, and Vladimir can just turn into a pool of blood and just kind of like walk away. So if he gets low at all, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for that because Riven can hop around and get in and out. She's got some shields for some nice trades. So Vladimir's going to have some hard time scaling into this lane. The aggression that's Riven. Of course, if he can stay alive and scale, he's going to be pretty potent. But if he gets caught out in that blood pool, it's just like, I can be safe. I can be, you know, deep into the enemy lane. I got blood pool, and he might just get caught out. So it's going to play very smart. Just like we saw when they were playing Kayle, right? They're like, oh, okay, they've got their ultimate here. They're like, no, they're just dead.
Yeah. And again, just like when they were playing the Kayle in that game number 1, we do have Sejuani in the jungle for Catalyst. Nebula, extremely potent ganker, even and especially early on. So Vladimir will have to be.
Riven can auto attack in between each Q. You can. It's hard to do mechanically speaking, but you can really get those stacks on super fast versus one to just pop it. So if you don't pool 100%. Soon, you're stuck. You're dead.
Yeah, it's gonna be Fire Chicken. Of course, has I think arguably been the strongest performer tonight for Paradox and is going to need to play this lane out very, very carefully. But like you already mentioned, Abba, if the Vladimir can survive through the early game, get past this potentially difficult laning phase, is going to have a lot of carry threat, just like Fire Chicken did on the Kale in that game number 1.
Yeah. So
Yamumu as well for the Vladimir, is going to be able to at least somewhat match the Sejuani in terms of that early gank pressure. I still don't think that the Vladimir and Mumu win out in that 2v2 or anything like that. But, if it's a 2v1 in favor of Paradox, maybe there's something there. Mumu could potentially make something happen onto the Riven, especially if she's trying to play aggressively, right? Trying to push forward in that lane.
Yep. Riven players notorious for playing super aggressive.
Yeah.
And we've seen a lot of action to the top side here as well. Just a lot of action all around. Flashes going in and out. People fighting over objectives, fighting over vision. Just classic gameplay at this division.
Yeah, we have some interesting lanes here, I want to say, Abba. We have some, there are some pretty interesting lanes in terms of, like, each side has some strong pushing angles. It's kind of split, the map is, in terms of, where that pressure is going to be. For the side of Paradox, they have that Tristana in the mid lane that should be able to get the shove and potentially move around with the Amumu to try and find some plays on these side lanes. But for the side of Catalyst Nebula, they do have that Riven who wants to play aggressive early. And of course, that Maokai support who has all of the setup that you could ever need alongside the Sejuani to try and continue punishing Labette and LaBelle down there, who have had a little bit of a rough night.
Yeah, Labette has had a bit of a rough night along with their support. Good news is they'll be right by their support constantly, so if they miss position, both will be out. But if they're able to position just a little bit better, they'll be fine. They get some movement speed. They can stay nice and healthy. Zero can go over some terrain as well to try and stay nice and well positioned. So there's tools to get them out. Obviously, it would be better if they weren't getting caught out in the first place, but it's a solution, maybe not the solution.
Well, Abba, we have discussed these compositions for Game 3 now at some length. All that remains is to get a Game 3 prediction from you, my friends. What are you feeling? I mean, it is safe to say now that the momentum is very squarely in the Catalyst Nebula camp, but I do think that this draft for Paradox is probably their best of the night so far. What's your head telling you?
It is Paradox's best draft, but over the course of 2 games, I've not seen them significantly improve in the errors that they've been making, that the enemy team has consistently been capitalizing on. And we know in the past, Nebula's been able to 2-0 them. They're already at a 2-0 state, so it'd be very unlikely for Paradox to take this set. They have a chance at this game, but it's not a great chance.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're seeing more parallels here, honestly, with the Game 1 draft in terms of, what the composition is trying to do. It's very clearly a scaling draft for Paradox here, and the issue has not been getting outscaled. The issue has been getting kind of gapped in the team fights, really, and kind of some struggles in the laning phase as well. So, we're going to need to see, like you said, Abba, those errors tidied up a little bit for Paradox to actually get this composition into a point in the mid game where it can succeed, where they can get that scaling online and try and win out in the fights and get themselves a Nexus. But like you also said, it's going to be a lot easier said than done for them to actually make that happen. Anything else you wanted to touch on before we get into another quick break?
No, I think you captured everything excellently. Just don't die, Lamau.
Easy peasy, guys.
Easy
so,
peasy.
Time to find out if Paradox are going to get us more games tonight or if Catalyst Nebula are just the better team and deserving of the 3-0 championship win. We're going to find out, guys, on Summoner's Rift right after this. We'll see you there. All right, my dear viewers, welcome on to Summoner's Rift for potentially the last time of the night as Catalyst Nebula have been far and away the better team so far in tonight's finals. Now looking to close things out from the red side for the first time tonight, Eva.
Yeah, getting some nice cheeky trades into some of these lanes. But we'll have to see how this comes up. Now, one of the big advantages here is LaBelle is going to have 2 combat summoners. There's going to be no flash here, which you have as Yumi. And like you said last time, this is Paradox's best draft yet. So this would be the most likely game for them to take if they were going to take one in this best of 5.
Potentially, but we do also have to factor in the fact that they lost these last couple of games in pretty brutal fashion. Like, at least in game 2, they were able to keep it close for a while in the mid game, but when it started raining, it started pouring. They ended up getting stomped pretty one-sidedly once again. So,
speaking of stomping, look at that trade we just saw into the top side. Just kind of like I talked about, you're able to stick onto the target. They can't blood pool. That's a lot of their HP. Phase Rush is going to help keep them out of that range, especially if they can get it off consistently. But if you can't, if your spells are on cooldowns from previous trades, it's just not going to be great.
Yeah, nice to see that R5 ribbon getting a little bit of value early on here. Still early days, obviously, so not going to draw any sweeping conclusions about this top lane just yet. There is another nice trade, though, for BP. Clearly very comfortable on the ribbon. One other thing that is different, though, in this game, Abba, is the fact that our junglers for the first time are starting on opposite sides. So the Amumu, full bot side clear, thinking about going actually for the 3 camp into the bot gank. Sejuani, on the other hand, clearing down. We'll be at that bot lane a little bit later on as we see another good trade from BP. But the sustain does come through from the Vladimir as well.
Yep. Q2 getting that extra life is pretty important for them. One of the difficult things about ganking a Maokai is they're able to put saplings into bushes, which is effectively an additional ward. So this play of going 3 camp into gank to help get Labette an advantage here when they've been losing, I don't think it's the play because of that and because they might not hold on to that lead. Yeah. And on top of that, and then 3 camp into gank is very risky. If you do not get a payoff, you are already behind. And we can see that just kind of on how things are going. Even with the superior clear speed that Amumu has, I think, over Sejuani, they're still pretty close.
Yeah. And also with Zeri, of course, having so little damage early on, I think the odds of that gank actually working are pretty low. Even in the 3v2, I think it would be difficult. Yeah. So decided not to go for it, and will be keeping pace pretty nicely with Slayerins early on. You're actually a little bit ahead on the Amumu as Fire Chicken now pretty far up the lane. We do see BP chasing forward. We'll get the Ghost in a advantageous trade. We do have a Amumu that is closing in, so it may actually be the Briar Pig who will not have to flash, in fact. Close call there.
Still has it. They are a little bit lower than, you'd think, but they're still pretty full health thanks to the Dorian shield. And plus the triple pot there as well. They're just going to be able to stay safe. And if Fire Chicken cannot get this under, they're going to be at a very difficult spot, because if Briggs can freeze here, they can just kind of engage onto them freely, harass. It'll be difficult for Fire Chickens to get some damage in return. And once the jungler's up top, they can get something done. Although it looks like bot play might be happening soon.
Yeah, we do have this Sejuani moving over. We also have BP committing in that top side. Not sure if they're going to be able to get that. Kills a flash away from Labette is good in the bot lane to get away from the Arctic Assault. Nobody goes down at it.
Yeah, and W missed as well from Cheeto. Just barely. The skill shots didn't quite line up there, which means they're alive. That's exactly what you want to be seeing here. Something I did not highlight in the beginning is we do have a call into the mid side here from Arhoon.
Yeah, interesting choice there. I'm a little bit surprised by that choice. I feel like with Tristana into Azir, you do have the option of trying to pressure more aggressively early on. Cole, obviously not the itemization you would go if that is the strategy. So Rune looking more to match the scaling and potentially play more for that that split push, that turret destruction later on in the game.
We saw a depressed hopeful ward that river bush there as well, which is an interesting play. That's something more up LaBelle's alley right now as they have a ward on them.
No, certainly. A pretty slow early game on our hands so far, Abba. Still 0-0 on the scoreboard. You can really feel Paradox trying to play this out as deliberately as possible. Oh, we do have a quick pause here. Looks like potentially a bathroom break is what's happening.
Player DC'd, it looked like.
Yeah, that would do it.
DC'd. Something to highlight, level 6 into the top lane right now and in the mid lane. So more action's probably going to be happening with those abilities online. Additionally, the Ignite is down from Briar Piggies, which means the kill on top side is a lot less likely just because getting some of that heal reduction off of Fire Chicken is pretty important for this setup. They are down 15 CS, which even though they don't have a kill, that's almost a kill at that point.
Yeah, looking at about a 300 gold lead for the Riven right now in that matchup. So, there's a pair of brown paper bags for you. There's not a whole lot, but can be meaningful, especially when you're on the earlier game champ, right? As the Riven, you want to be finding that early lead. So it's nice to see that already starting to build up a little bit. It is obviously still pretty early in terms of taking the first dragon. We saw in game 1 that first dragon getting taken down around 8 minutes and then around 7 minutes 30 in game number 2. So still a little bit more time in that department as we are thankfully now unpaused back into the game. Quick pause here. But again, this is just very much to be expected.
Just how the client operates there, unfortunately. But
just another tour of the spectator bugs we're getting tonight.
Yeah. Hey, we didn't get the Nocturne bug, the Paranoia bug. True. When you load into the game, if you don't spectate it very often, it'll just be all black, which is great. You just kind of got to wait for it to sync up with the Riot servers.
We even had the Nocturne in game 2 as well, but we still didn't get the bug, which is pretty incredible, honestly.
That is pretty incredible. Honestly, Riot fixing some of its programming in Spectator is a bit of a blessing if that ever happens.
Absolutely a miracle. But we are getting a little bit off topic here, as we do see the La Duo getting the push down here in bot lane, able to get this wave nice and shoved all the way into the turret, and a little bit of harass coming out from the Yuumi as well. Maybe this is what they needed. They just needed to get their hands on the Zeri Yuumi. And now they're going to be much more comfortable with the safety that provides.
Yeah, they haven't even cracked one of their pots yet, but Cheeto has. Just kind of showing the power that is this lane. I hate playing against this lane when I'm in bot lane. It's just annoying. Even if I play someone like Caitlyn.
Yeah, it is really, really difficult to punish, right? The Zeri Yuumi is really obnoxious, like you're just saying, Abba. So it's nice to see that the Labette and LaBelle are very stable so far here in this third game. That is, I think, exactly what we wanted to see from them in this laning phase. And we are going to get this first dragon now, though. So this is Catalyst Nebula starting the stack.
Yep, starting the stack indeed. More fighting to the top side. Look at that big chunk out. Hemorrhage coming out.
Yeah, Hemoplague does come out. Slayer Ints should be able to smite away this dragon. Oh, the Buster Shot. Oh, no! Rune gets over there, moves first away from the mid lane, did have the push, and it's going to be Paradox that steal away that first neutral, and now Azir's in trouble. That's going to be Axon having to flash away to try and stay alive. Labette with the Ghost trying to close this distance.
Oh, no!
The shuffle there is not going to land, and Depressed Hopeful with the flash bandage toss gets another kill for Paradox, and they have a great start here in game 3.
Well, isn't it the consequences of my own actions as we watch the mid laner stare face down his own ult.
BP with the Riven ultimate. This is the Wind Slash. Q2 is going to come through. It's not going to come off cooldown in time. And BP still finds the solo kill.
Almost dropped it, but was still able to secure it. Riven's a difficult champion.
Yeah. Those Riven mechanics, it's tough for anybody to hit that one.
Yeah. Ooh, able to find the pickup here, but it looks like it's going to be missing. Just too much mobility.
Yep, absolutely. There's a nice little glide there from Labette to get completely out of the way of that Nature's Grasping. Good moves there.
Now, Paradox does have the lead in kills, which is the first. Gold is still about even. I mean, 20 CS into the top side, a little bit into the mid lane, and then bot lane.
Ooh, aggressive move here from Labette. Is going to go in with the level 6. Does have the jungler here as well. Cheeto Killer Instincts back towards the turret. Should be enough space to survive. The Prowling projectile will not land. But Kaisa, low HP, no ult. Not wanting, well, looks like Will actually in the end stick around to try and farm up this wave, or at least get the experience. Ooh, CC onto the cat! We CC'd the cat! Oh, LaBelle just hopped off at the exact wrong time! What happened there, Abba?
Cat in the Hat getting taken down by the Laura X here. Jeez. Yeah, you just, man, you can't do that. They were trying to, they were trying to get out so that they could auto the turret for the extra gold for their support item.
No, dude.
Is what I think was happening there.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. It's a deadly sin. It really, really is. And now Fire Chicken is a pool of blood.
Yeah, autoing the turret. I remember that from Dante's Inferno as one of the deadly sins.
Yeah, yep. The turret autos. You really got to watch out, Phil. Straight to hell. Believe it or not, if you auto a turret.
Straight to the boiler. Bottom layer.
That is just how it goes. So LaBelle hopefully learned their lesson. But this top lane has been really, really scrappy. As BP is going to go in again with the Riven ultimate. With Blade of the Exile there. Windslash will connect this time, but it is not enough to flash forward. BP looking for it. The pool already used. The Q3 comes down, and BP finds another solo bolo in the top lane.
Yeah, the Executioner's Blade plus the execution of that play with the flash, just walk away and then flash on top of them like a Giga Chad. Able to get that play. Super well done, BP there.
Twisted advance forward onto the Zeri this time, importantly, and not the cat, which means there is not a play.
I gotta point out, though, that Maokai is playing as the cat skin as well, and there's a certain level of irony.
That is a good shout, Abba. Yes, I did not notice that until you pointed it out. So that is important to remember. It is cat v cat in the support position, in fact. So who is going to be the superior feline is really what will likely decide this game.
Oh.
Flashing forward with Twisted advance. He got the cat again. He's the better cat. He's a tree as well. It's just not even fair. LaBelle's going to get taken down. Number 2, the glide over the wall. And the Zeri will survive because she is Zeri. But again, X-Hero finding the engage.
I think it was more or less Slayer Instant get their E off quite in time because the stack was there as they were gliding over. So I think if they got it a little bit sooner, they would have been on the wrong side of the wall.
Oh, blast going over the wall. Slayer Instant is going to give over the reset on the rocket jump. Arctic Assault back towards safe. The Tristana will not continue to chase. Probably a good call for Rune.
Yep, has 1 kill and call completed as well, which will be pretty nice. They have not cashed out in on it yet, but they've backed recently. They have to respond to this massive wave being pushed in there. It'll be a good buy for the enemy mid laner here from Nebula as well. They'll probably be able to complete their item. They're sitting at 1.7k right now. So, yep, there we go. We see the Torment here as well. X-Hero holding this wave. What a good support, right?
Yeah. Oh, that melee minion did get in range, so it will start pushing away now, albeit slowly.
Yeah. Pretty slow. Oh, but they're autoing it, so...
Yeah, that's true. LaBette's just kind of given that potential freeze back over. I don't know if that's actually going to be the call for Catalyst Nebula here, if they're just going to push it back. Oh, so close there. Almost. We got onto the cat once again. Slayer Instinct will land the Arctic Assault over the wall, but the follow-up a little bit difficult at the moment. Killer Instinct still on cooldown, but Slayer Instinct didn't need any help to get that first kill onto the AD carry. He's still alive. Never mind. He will eventually get taken out by the Tristana, who found the reset on the jump, gets back over the wall. Depressed Hopeful trying to take down this Kaisa, who will flash away from the bandage toss. Nice moves there from Cheeto on the other side of the field. The projectile. The cat now on the other side is coming alive, and this cat battle is just heating up.
Oh. The summoned area is what did the final blow, which is also a little cat icon. That's amazing. Oh, just blind guessing that they're going in. They're the greedy back, getting them, making them 3-1 at this stage. What a bloodbath! And I'm not just saying that because there's a Vladimir in the game.
Although we do have to. We're not going to get too excited because that kill for the cat was, in fact, a shutdown as well off of the Kaisa. So Probably would have liked that if you are a Paradox fan to go on to somebody else. But hey, carry Yuumi. Maybe that's the play.
Yeah, probably not going to be sticking into Fire Chicken, so this carry Yumi's going to have to go into this support Zeri then, I suppose, in that scenario.
But we do see the bot wave pushing out now towards Paradox, as once again, the top laner is going at it. Blade of the Exile, a possibility for BP. Actually going to hold on to it for now. Has ult advantage in the 1v1. Now we do see Paradox pushing in to the South River. Bandit Toss will land on the support, but X-Hero is not phased. Goes back in with Twisted Advance. That's up for the jungler. Labette now flashed away to stay alive, depressed on the front lines. Will manage to take down the enemy support. Very, very low, though. Killer Instinct in to clean up the Amumu, but Slayer Instinct is also going to get taken down. Is Kai'Sa strong enough to carry through this fight? Cheeto desperately got more auto attacks. The passive is not going to come through, as Tristana has the DPS to take down that Kai'Sa, and it's going to be Paradox that get the 3-for-1 team fight in the bot side river and could potentially secure their second dragon, but they did lose their jungler, and BP has made the move down. Blade of the Exile going to be activated, going in for the play onto Tristana plus Cat, and it's just not going to work out whatsoever for BP. Gets absolutely blown up, and now Accent is going to go down as well. So now Tristana, Yuumi are going to be best friends, you have to imagine, and that is going to be the main issue for Catalyst Nebula to try and deal with.
7-0. Yeah, you slap a Yuumi on that. Absolutely here. Now, I just want to paint a picture for everyone. For Game 1 and Game 2, the advantage has always been for Nebula. And at 8 minutes and then 7 minutes in the second game, Nebula took the first objective of that game, which was Dragon. 15 minutes in the game, after laning phase is finished, we get our first Dragon, which is a significantly different pace from Game 1 and Game 2.
Well, and it was 5 minutes ago that the first dragon died. It was the mountain.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
But still, it's later than before. Your point is
much later than before. Plus, now there's a 2,000 gold advantage. The largest advantage Paradox has seen is sitting right now.
All right, it's 2v1 in the top side. Paradox trying to hold on to this advantage, and the teleport committed from Rune will cause the Sejuani to back away. Labette does still have their Cat, but the Cat, I don't know if this is really the place you should be, as Oxen is teleporting now into the bot side. So very split focus from the mid laners here with that teleport spell. And this does open up surely as a possibility for Paradox, knowing that Azir's on the other side of the map.
Yeah, teleport's down, so for both people, so no teleport advantage here. Of course, the push advantage is going to be favoring the Tristana just because of the E and the kill advantage.
Yeah. Hasn't really managed to get the wave shoved in just yet, though. It's looking at the moment like it's just going to be the tier 1 unanswered for CN.
And we got to mention, that bomb can go on the towers.
Flashing in, BP, flash away. Fire Chicken trying to survive, but didn't have the pool. The Hemo Plague should be enough here through the Riven Shield. It's not enough, BP now. That's 3 solo kills with the R5 Riven doing so much work up there.
With a 34 CS lead, too, which is effectively another 2 kills on top of that. We'll have to see what they end up finishing as their next item. If this is going to be an Executioner's Blade or if it's going to be transformed into a Chainsaw or a Mortal Reminder. Looks like we're getting boots instead. Wise play, just being able to stick onto people.
Yeah, Merc Tread's obviously a great amount of value for the lane as well. Getting that magic resist. We do have Amumu is looking like he wants to start up this dragon, wants to get the second dragon of the game for Paradox, and it looks like it will not be contested as Catalyst Nebula did not have position.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about this is they were able to push this wave into the bot side here as well, which is potentially going to get this tower here as well. Them getting their second dragon. They have kept this 2,000 gold lead, even with this big objective swing that they did, which just goes to show you how hard top side is lopsided. And then bot side has still pretty been volatile, like 2-1-3, 4-2-0. Best game so far for Paradox's bot side, but it's still not decisive.
Certainly not, but Zeri and Yuumi will scale extremely hard, right? So they don't need to win the early game decisively or anything like that. As Depressed Hopeful has arrived into the topside river, but heavily outnumbered right now is the Amumu. Is just going to get absolutely annihilated. Not sure what the play was there.
Yep, maybe just looking for some friends in the jungle, trying to see where everyone's at. Found them. definitely know where everyone's at. They died for it, but
Cool forced out for the Fire Chicken. No flash right now for BP, so maybe the Vladimir is safe, feeling confident. In fact, even 2 levels down, Fire Chicken ghosting forward, but not really able to get anything done there.
Yeah, Ghost.
This is aggressive, though. Paradox in the enemy jungle, looking to steal away this red buff right now. Slayer Ince. I'm not sure if the Sejuani is aware of what's happening on the other side of this wall.
It's
it looks like
not as aggressive as you would think because of how the towers are done. They don't have a mid lane tower, so you know, Cheeto's stuck responding to that as well, trying to secure that gold. And then, you know, even if Sejuani, Slayer, and knew where they were, they couldn't necessarily respond to it, so it was fine.
All right, then. So a good move from Paradox to try and extend their lead. Oh, BP, though, not quite going to find the stun there. Not quite in range to land the key burst, but still lots of pressure coming out from this top laner.
Surprisingly, they still got a lot of damage onto this top side, despite BP being as strong as they are. Obviously, teleport being down for both of them because they didn't take it has made this lane a little bit interesting. Back timers have been more important. No get out of jail free card here.
Certainly the case. We do, you know, we've seen Fire Chicken able to, you know, hasn't been winning out actually in that 1v1, but the deficit also is not, you know, as gigantic as it could otherwise be, right? Has been able to hang on for the most part, get a lot of the CS, you know, is getting towards that Zhonya's now. Might be in trouble here. Hemoplague does come out. Pool's still available. BP, the Hemoplague has already been cast. There is the Blade of the Exile. Has to get away from the Amumu now, though, and is not able to as the Bandage Toss will connect. Should be a kill. BP, got to dodge another Bandage Toss now. Is he able to do it? Where is it going to come from? The press hopefully he's holding onto it for so long, and the Riven just gets away. Just dashes underneath the turret and will survive. Shortly now in the mid lane, we'll be able to get this charge in the tier 1. Not much else, I think, going to happen.
Yeah, just 3v3 has the tower, which is effectively a 4v3. Good return poke. Don't get me wrong, but you're not going to be able to take things out because of that. I will mention the Mikhail's belt has been purchased as well. Mikhail's blessing. So a lot of the CC, this AoE CC, could potentially be stopped, which is a good, important use for a lot of these fights. Good answer. Good answer.
Does seem like a great pickup for the Yuumi for sure. And yes, I think as we were about to mention, top tier 1 going down in favor of Fire Chicken. So this is 3 turrets to 1 and a couple K gold lead for Paradox with a strong scaling draft. So these are all good things. You know, these words that I'm saying sound like, you know, it's very much in favor of Paradox, but these are not the problems that they have had tonight, right, Abba?
Yeah, that's certainly the case. And just to signify how potent Paradox's lead is right now, Tristan has 11k gold right now versus BP only has 7.6. No, sorry, I should mention Cheeto has 9k gold, so still 2k gold over their next highest leaderboard, which is pretty good. Just having all this concentrated gold as 3-item power spike on a marksman is pretty important. That being said, Nebula's usually had like a 6k gold lead by the end of these, and this just isn't the case. They've been able to bounce back, but they have not been at this level of a deficit for a while.
Yeah, and if this Cloud Soul point goes over to Paradox as well, that would, I think, put them in a very, very nice position. Very comfortable spot to continue scaling up and get towards level 16 on all these carries. So position in the river held by Paradox at the moment as well. Fire Chicken, both summoners and ult. Vladimir, very, very powerful in this situation with control over the area. Nature's Grasp going to come out. Will connect onto the Amumu, but we are not going to commit onto that tank jungler. And that is a big ultimate down for the side of Catalyst Nebula. It's going to be tough for them to find their way in here. Very hesitant as Paradox, not wanting to start up the dragon too aggressively. They are going to try burning it down now. Slayer looking to try and get into this pit to look for another steal. It's going to be BP flashing forward on the Riven, looking to take down the carriage. Once again, a beautiful Amumu ultimate onto 3, though, for the counter engage. Sejuani is going to get taken down, cannot get towards the objective. Axon will be next, and it's going to be Paradox. They win out in the fight, but they get the objective. It's huge for them. They are looking to put themselves in a fighting chance in tonight's finals.
This is exactly what their comps have been trying to do all night, and it's amazing to see this come together. They were able to get the Amumu ult off. They were able to get a lot of AoEs with their support, and then they had the damage to follow up. So they're just able to execute, hook, line, and sink, force things out. Now, Nebula was playing things out smart, waiting for them to sink some damage into the dragon and then come back. But they're just down 5k gold. That's an item and a half, roughly, or a really cheap second item, or boots, if you want to look at it that way, on one champion. And it's just very difficult for them to compete. And 2.1k gold is unspent on our Prune right now. So the Tristana has been pretty potent. They just, of course, just spent it getting their LDR. So these big tanks are going to be able to go down a little bit easier, especially if they have cut down.
Yeah, the Tristana is crazy strong now. Really fed is Rune here in this third game, able to hop onto an AD mid and having easily their best performance of the night. This is also definitely the biggest gold lead that Paradox have had all night long so far.
Yeah.
We just need to see them close it out cleanly from here.
It's beautiful that they've been able to do this for this game. Now, of course, they still have to close this game out. It's looking very good for them.
Yeah, but we still need to see them do it, right? It is a lot on. Depressed Hopeful is the only frontline and the only engage really to speak of. You know, he has really strong carries to work with this time around, but we do still need to play these fights out appropriately.
If they're able to get a pick out on Rune, that'll be a really big decisive victory.
Slayer in trouble here. There's the second Bandage Toss landing, and that's just a dead Sejuani. A nice pick for Paradox. And they do have the Baron still on for 90 seconds.
Yeah, they've only been able to get, what, one tower after this, Baron? No, the tower fell before that. They haven't gotten any towers after this, which is not what you want. Of course, they get good gold out of it. But if you're not getting a whole lot of value out of it, that's not great.
They still have it for another minute, so there's still the possibility here that could change, Abba. We do see the 280 has a 4-1 split right now. As Paradox is 4 men in the top lane. X-Hero going in, pushing advance. We're going to get locked down by the Bandage Toss now in return. Forced to use the Maokai ultimate before the siege even begins onto the tier 3s. At least one more minion wave to work with for Paradox as it's coming in now. The respawn's also there as Slayer ends back onto the Rift. BP now dashing forward, gets the CC onto Depressed. Amumu, tanky enough to withstand that, able to continue walking away. And Catalyst Nebula not able to chase anybody down. Meanwhile, the push in the other lanes is coming through for Paradox. Arctic Assault will land onto Labette, but he's going to continue being Zeri. Should be able to easily glide over that wall. And the tier 2 in bot did also fall for Paradox. So they did get some value there in the end.
They did. Good news for them indeed. Yet they went up to 6 towers there, so that'd be 2 towers. That's good. That's exactly what you need to be able to do. And they were pretty important towers here. They're forcing the enemy to be at their base. Good news for them is they're able to back out, wait for some of the pushes, and try and stay nice and healthy for some of these fights. And it's further for the enemy team to walk. But bad news is they're down 9,000 gold roughly, which is a bit of a yikes. Makes it a lot harder to win some of these team fights. And because of the nature of where their turrets are now, it's harder to get these picks.
Yeah, certainly is. It's looking like a very difficult game to play out for Catalyst Nebula from this position. Staring on the barrel of Cloud Soul in less than a minute now as well. This really does feel like, similar at this point to game number 2, but the sides have been reversed. Right now it's Paradox with the extremely commanding position and Catalyst Nebula with few options to work with.
Yeah, that certainly seems to be the case. Which is pretty nice. We might be going to a game 4 here, it looks like.
Absolutely. It was really concerning for us. We were quite worried after that game, too, that we were not going to get that far tonight, right? And we shouldn't jinx it too hard because we haven't got there yet. But it's looking very good. Slayer does manage to get in there and steal away the blue buff, which Vladimir is going to be mildly upset about.
No mana, so, I mean, at least that side of it isn't there. But the cooldown reduction is what you really want. Being able to spam those abilities. Oh, could be caught out here.
Oh, does have a pool. Is going to ghost as well, just to make absolutely sure we're going to be okay. This is an awkward position for the Fire Chicken. I'm not sure why we're hanging around in the jungle like this, wanting to maintain some kind of flank position. The Cloud Soul has gone over. as that was at Catalyst Nebula, desperately trying to get some cross mapping done. But now Zeri has the move speed. BP is running out of room, running out of runway, will get taken down as the Zeri has scaled. That's going to be the 2 carries dead on the side of Catalyst Nebula. It's going to be the side of Paradox, absolutely wiping the floor with them in this team fight. Sejuani's not making it out either as the pool has come back for the Vladimir. Now the support Maokai, the last one standing. Now Paradox finding some life here in these finals. They get the 5-0. They get the dominant win here in game 3, and we have found ourselves a series tonight.
This is the first ace, I think, of the game. I think there's always been at least one person standing. And I think Fire Chicken was just trying to be some nice bait here for this play here. They weren't particularly strong, looked like a juicy target, and were pretty slippery, which was enough to get Paradox the fight here. They're being a little bit of a BM here, doing the execute on the well. But well played.
Absolutely well played from Paradox. Getting some life back into him here. Able to move over to the blue side and, get a very one-sided win now for themselves. Blue side looking like maybe the key factor, as it is now 3-0 tonight.
I don't think it was the key factor here. I don't think it meaningfully changed the draft in this scenario. I just think they played smarter. The Tristana pick wasn't something super early on into the draft, but they were able to utilize it. Surprisingly, didn't do the most damage that game. It was actually Lebet who did the most damage at 4-2. And it was just super awkward for Cheater to do anything. They had the most gold for their team, but they couldn't go in. They were too short range to be able to utilize their damage. And even as an AP champion, they weren't able to get some of those W's in as well, which made things pretty awkward for them. So, yeah.
Ultimately, it was Catalyst Nebula in this third game, not able to find those dive targets, right? Not able to get those picks that they were able to count on in games 1 and 2. And, when they didn't have that, they really did struggle quite a bit more. And the scaling draft for Paradox had so much more room to work with, right? This is clearly the kind of style that they wanted to play in game 1 as well. They just weren't able to execute on. It is really nice to see them warming up over the course of the night.
Well, and the other thing that I want to mention here is I said, hey, bot lane, pick something safe. What happened when they picked something safe? They won their lane. And then they did the most damage in the game. And all these other beautiful, fantastic things. They didn't die. They were able to get vision. They were able to get dragons. And it was part of Nebula's success was getting the bot lane shut down and just having the damage front there and then winning the mid lane. That was just the game strategy. Then they lost both because they couldn't get some of those ganks out into the bot side. Zeri was just able to slip away as she does. And then Tristana got a bunch of resets, was able to get some kills here. And that was the game.
Absolutely. Yeah, who's your game 3 POG there, Abba? We do need to get into another break so we can get set up for game 4. But before we do, it's pretty cut and dry in my eyes. But
it's Rune. It was Rune. They were 10-0. So
it's got to be Rune. I do think there's a very honorable mention here for Depressed Hopeful, actually, on the Amumu. So I felt like there were some really solid angles that were found in this game. And I think that is one of the players that we were all hoping to see step up a little bit in this game number 3. And I think absolutely did do so. And it's a tough job being the only tank, being the only frontline and the only engage on the team. It's a lot of pressure and was able to handle it, I think, nicely here in game number 3. But yes, Rune on the Tristana, that is the main thing that we were struggling with tonight as Paradox, right? As we could find the leads, we could put ourselves in winning positions, but we were consistently throwing them away, right? We were consistently giving up our position and setting the enemy team up for success. But this time around, Rune played very well with the lead, did not give it away, and managed to carry through the game for the team. So good stuff there.
And Lebet was also not getting caught out there as well, which was also great.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody on Paradox really stepping up here in game 3 to bring us to a game number 4, which we are going to go ahead and get set up for you right now. Don't go anywhere, guys. The Demacia Division Grand Finals in Season 16. We'll be right back. All right, here we go, guys. Game number 4 between Catalyst Nebula and Paradox. We do have Catalyst Nebula as the losers of game number 3 have selected to move back over to the blue side, which means Paradox are going to be pushed back onto the red, where they have not found any success tonight so far.
Hey, there's the Tristana ban, the first mix-up from Nebula's ban. Respectable. I mean, we did give them MVP of that game.
It does mean that the Xayah has been left open. This is most played for Labette. You know, maybe just feeling like they didn't want to ban away both the Xayah and the Zeri. And so as long as Labette gets either one of those, then it's, you know, they're pretty interchangeable, maybe is the thought process for Catalyst.
Xayah is a pretty big anti-dive champion, so them getting rid of that makes a lot of sense in my mind. But if you have someone that's got a range superiority, it's just so hard for them to deal with it, right? Like Ashe can just harass you. So if they just play harass range, it's going to be pretty difficult. But it looks like there's Yuumi. Zeri's probably going to follow.
Yeah, I think I like this call from La Duo, going back to what worked, right? Just run back the Zeri Yuumi once again. You know, your ADC, who was struggling so much tonight, ended up with the most damage in that last game on the Zeri. So I think that would make a ton of sense, honestly, to just put him on that that electric rat once again. Maokai.
I still like this. They were able to get the cat several times by just knocking him out. They overextended a couple times there, so this is fine. They were to get some of that punishment here, and they can't like take the AD carry unless they want to put Ashe in a really weird spot like Maokai jungle Ashe support. So they don't necessarily have to pick AD carry here. Kayn.
It's not gonna. It's locked in. Okay, we've got some Kayn here in game 4. Slayer-ints. Let's take a look at that op.gg. What are the Kayn stats?
Okay, so the reason to pick Kayn here is with slippery targets, you can just be inside them, and if they try and move around, you can just pop out on the other side. Especially if there's going to be longer fights, going for red Kayn, pretty important. But Paradox has been playing one tank, bunch of damage dealers. So if you just blue Kayn in and out and delete people, pretty potent here. This is forcing out an Ezreal pick. It looks like just being able to arcane shift out. It's like a 20-second cooldown, so you got to be pretty careful with it. The Ezreal's fallacy is like, yeah, I can just arcane shift out. I can push another wave. It'll get you killed several times. So hopefully they don't do that. But
I'm surprised they didn't want to just go back to the Zeri. It's available, right? And I feel like that works so well.
I think it's specifically because of Kayn. Kayn can just walk through walls. Just like Zeri can go through walls, but he can go both ways.
But like, is Ezreal really getting you anything that Zeri doesn't have?
More range.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. That is true. By the way, Kayn stats for Slayer-ints. 30 games this season, and that win rate is sitting at exactly 50%. We're a little bit of a coin flip Kayn player, at least according to the stats.
We'll have to see if that's. It's obviously pretty different if it's solo queue Kayn versus competitive Kayn.
True. Yeah.
Those numbers.
He's generally better in solo queue. You know, generally speaking.
Yeah, I could see that. We'll have to see if he's able to get some of these punishes here. Also, these early jungle wards are going to be more important versus Kayn because you can start in more locations rather than just which buffer they're going to be on, and it's pretty heavy-handed which of the two they're going to be on.
Yeah, definitely the case.
Actually, both junglers can technically start Raptors if they want.
Sure. Yeah, well, definitely true. Really?
Wagon?
Oh, it was almost locked. It was very close, Abba. We almost got it. Not quite yet, though.
This is a mix-up for Paradox because, I mean, Urgot's a pretty big damage dealer, but it's usually been less tanky, more fighty, more damage heavy. And Urgot's we got a little bit more beef to him than some of these.
But this is actually different for another reason as well, Abba. This is the first time tonight with Paradox on red side where they are not saving that R5 counter pick for Fire Chicken. They picked top lane a little bit earlier on, and I think this makes a ton of sense considering how game 3 went, and earlier on as well, Fire Chicken was not able to punish with the counter pick, right? And Rune popped off so hard in that game 3 that giving that counter pick over to the mid lane, I think, is a good call. Now the question is going to be, what will they get?
Tristan would be amazing, but it's banned here. I kind of agree with you. I think Fire Chicken was still able to pretty well punish that Vladimir was not in that game as well as he needed to be. But obviously, Haroon was just able to take that game away from Nebula here. So is this like more like AD? Are we thinking like an Akshan or a Zed? Are we going to go for more scalability?
Power, then.
Yeah, there's no ability power. You're right. Vladimir, that's not like a counter pick versus Ari though. This is more like Kassadin or Cassiopeia.
Ooh, there it is.
Yeah.
Great matchup into the Ari, right?
Yeah, because Ari's whole shtick is her mobility and getting those extra stacks, and Cassiopeia is like miasma.
Yeah. How about no?
How about poison?
Yeah. So that is going to be the game plan for Rune this time around. You know, Cassio, it's an interesting pick here. You know, it can hyper carry, definitely, but it's not as strong early on as the Tristan. And I think that is, in large part, what facilitated Rune in that game number 3 is the fact that they were able to find that big early lead, right? It's a little bit more difficult to make that happen on the Cassio.
Yeah, Ezreal is pretty strong into the mid game. Cass is pretty good into the late game, and so is Urgot into the late game. I'd never said anything about early game about when they're going to be particularly strong here.
Right.
Ezreal can return some harassment into Ashe and stay nice and safe that way. And of course, the sustain from Yui certainly helps here as well. Ari is going to be able to get some nice early picks into here. And then Set versus Urgot, you know, melee versus basically melee. Urgot's got a little bit going into it, but that big shield off a Set is going to give him a slight edge, I believe, onto the top side. I could be wrong.
It has been really fun to track these teams tonight, Abba. You know, we've seen a very clear difference in priorities and drafting styles and how they want to play the game, right? It's Paradox consistently drafting more scaling, right? Consistently drafting for mid to late. We're going to get through the lane phase, and then we're going to have the better champs for those late game team fights. And on the other side, for Catalyst Nebula, been very different priorities, right? They're consistently drafting more engage, more dive. They want to play aggressively. They want to play quickly. It's been a really fun contrast of styles.
Yeah, and it's certainly all right. Did you get caught with your pants down? Yes, you did. You were very much dead, and that was games 1 and game 2. And then game 3 was like, all right, dog. So let me tell you about my 10-0 mid lane carry. They're like, God, please, no, I don't want to die. Bam!
Not given the choice.
Hello, old Yeller.
Well, we'll see if Rune is going to be able to make it happen once again with the Cassio this time around. You know, Tristana notably has a gun. Cassio does not.
Yep.
So that could present potentially an issue for the old Yeller strategy.
Yeah.
A little dark here.
Yeah, that is true. But Urgot's got enough shotguns in his leg to make up for his team.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, there is some munitions there for the Urgot. That's very true.
Mm-hmm.
And notably, no guns whatsoever for Catalyst Nebula. So in terms of, you know, firepower in the literal sense, then Paradox definitely have the lead. But we're getting a little bit distracted once again here, Abba. It does tend to happen to us sometimes, which is okay. But let's turn our attention back towards what's going to be happening in this game. Urgot versus Set. So when we take a look at the top lane this time around, as previously mentioned, counterpick was not given to Fire Chicken this time around. So BP did manage to get a counterpick for themselves once again in this top lane, Set into the Urgot. Our expectations for this matchup, Evan.
Yeah, this is just so interesting. If Paradox is smart into the bot side, I think they'll come out even. Maokai shouldn't be able to do too much. Ashe should be able to keep the wave under somewhat control, and then Ezreal can keep it pretty even, so no one's going to get poked out too much. No one's going to get caught out in theory, which is going to put a lot of emphasis, if anything's going to happen, on the junglers there and the warding to come with it. Notably, Nebula has better roaming potential with its mid lane jungle composition, which really highlights their pick abilities. So if someone's stepping out in the wrong spot, they're going to be able to follow up on that and punish for it, which is going to give them an edge, in my opinion, in the mid lane, especially with how mana hungry Cass is there as well. And then obviously Urgot needs some levels before you can really do stuff. Pretty powerful, just trying to Olay into the enemy team. But if they get dodged, they're going to be hitting the anvil behind that red flag there. But if they hit it, it's pretty good trade that you can set up, or potentially a kill.
Yeah, we'll see. It definitely does feel like we are in a situation here where Catalyst Nebula have a pretty significant advantage in the matchups in at least 2 out of these 3 lanes. Now, that is, I think, a little bit mitigated by the fact that the side of Paradox do have the stronger early ganking jungler, but, Kayn can match in that early game as well, depending on how these fights actually play out. So, I am interested to see how that goes, but I do think that you touched on something really, really important, Abba, in relation to that, which is the fact that this mid-jungle duo, again, for Catalyst Nebula, is looking really, really threatening, be able to roam around the map and find these picks. It's very, very reminiscent to what we saw in Game 2, right, when they were running the Nocturne Talia jungle mid.
Yeah, it was really potent. They were able to pick people off and get a lot of that damage in. There's one thing I want your opinion, because I believe you do a lot in the jungle here. Which version of Kayn do you think? Blue Kayn can obviously pick out Cassiopeia and Ezreal here, but Red Kayn's gonna be able to stick around for a lot of these longer fights with Urgot and Amumu.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a tricky call in this one for the Kayn. I would personally expect the blue form. I think you're not really looking for longer fights with this composition, right? You're looking to dive in and blow people up, and Blue Kayn is obviously going to be much better for that.
I was thinking about that as well, especially okay, if you killed all your carries, what's the tank going to do? Obviously, Urgot's a bit of a threat here, but right, like Amumu, what's he going to do? Especially if you can catch the cat out, right? When they unlink, if you can just Blue Kayn gone, free stacks.
Yeah, definitely the case. But what are you thinking overall, Abba? We're about halfway through our 4th spectator delay of the night, and these compositions are pretty in line with what we've seen these teams want to play over the course of the evening. But do you think either team found a meaningful advantage this time around? Do you have a Game 4 prediction for us?
I think each draft for each team has been better than the last, and everyone's been improving quite well, in my opinion. Well enough to where I'm saying there's a possibility of a Game 5.
We're getting the silver scrapes? You think it's going to happen?
I think there's a chance, but it all hinges on Ezreal not saying, I can Arcane Shift out, I'll be fine here, and then just saying hi to a nice Scythe.
Now, you're being very careful here with your prediction, which I do appreciate. Yeah. We're trying very deliberately here not to curse anyone, and I do believe we should have been successful in that. So it will just come down to what happens on Summoner's Rift, guys, as it always does. Before then, another short break. When we come back, Game 4. Nice, nice. All right, Style fans, welcome back to Summoner's Rift once more for game number 4 between Paradox and Catalyst Nebula. Catalyst Nebula still on match point, but Paradox bouncing back in a big way in that game number 3, and now they do have the momentum. And my scoreboard is wrong. They're on the red side. Dabba, tell us about some Summoner spells while I fix it.
Well, we're seeing a lot of teleports here. The advantage going over to blue side here as they have mid lane has teleport, but Rune only has a ghost as well, just being able to follow up here as well. Not going for the phase rush strategy, but going for the Conqueror to go in for some long fights. It looks like when I was thinking about blue versus red Kayn, there's a stronger possibility of red Kayn being we went for a Conqueror on Slayer ends here. Of course, there's still the purple Kayn where you kind of do a little bit of both worlds, but I do not foresee that option here. I don't think I've seen it in a while. In the league games I've seen, I think it's fallen out of favor. And there's a lot of press the attack PTA for some burst damage.
True. Very, very true, including the Ezreal, who has a number of keystones that he can actually look towards, right? So Labette clearly expecting to be able to weave in some auto attacks here in this game. But yeah, the purple Kayn, I agree, is pretty unlikely. It's actually usually the first strike that you would take if you are going for the purple Kayn. So I agree. Red looking pretty likely. Accent flashing away. The flash follow is there for Rune. And oh my goodness, Paradox getting the first blood at 2 minutes into the game. And Rune picking up right where he left off in game 3.
I think what needed to happen there is Rune just went, okay, guys, let me sit up straight in my thing. They did the gamer pose where they leaned forward, and they're getting some of these nasty plays here. This is this kind of flip potency that I was talking about. That shield doesn't really matter as much if you flip them over.
And Amumu is here. Look at this. Look from depressed. Oh, but that bandage toss wasn't quite it. No, it was almost so good, Abba.
Was predicting the flash. Was doing the flash predict.
Oh, it was. We even saw it in the in-game chat there. Depressed Hopeful would pop it in there. As I said, why didn't you flash?
Yeah.
That is a great read there, Abba.
Hell yeah.
I was over here BMing him, but no, that was actually just a prediction that didn't work out. Those happen sometimes, you know?
Hey, you said, I want some silver scrapes. That was the silver scrapes moment, right?
The silver is starting to scrape a little bit here, potentially, especially in this mid lane. As Rune looking very, very confident with the... Remember, the R5 counterpick did go to Rune this time around. Has this Cassio into the composition of Catalyst Nebula. And already off to a fantastic start.
Exactly where they want to be sitting here. Fire Chicken's a little bit low, but they're able to stay hopefully healthy enough under their tower. They don't have to worry about an Ignite. Not able to get the flip. That could have been deadly for Biggs. He is getting a little dangerously low on mana here. And with the way the wave's coming, this is really bad. Because there's no way he's going to be able to get the wave under at this stage. Has to back, which means Pigs could potentially get a plate here, getting them some nice favor into this laning matchup.
Well, Urgot has the teleport, so Fire Chicken, at least, you know, for this base is pretty much fine. Going to be able to get back up into that lane, no problem whatsoever. That is just fine for now, but it is a little bit of a CS lead that BP has opened up with already, and that top lane, I think, has been the most consistent lane of the night, and it's been consistently in favor of BP up there.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistently favoring BP. Especially, right, because they're going to have TP advantage right now. They should be able to walk things back, especially if they buy boots. They should just be able to get up there nice and fast. That being said, one of the lane's favors we were talking about, it was this mid lane here. We already got 1 kill down. We see that blasting wand.
Advanced Depressed Hopeful is here for the lane gank. We'll get the flash off of Axe Hero. Good look there from the Paradox jungler.
It might be a support, but it is an engaged support, and they can do some pretty cheeky flash engage moves. So getting that flash is more important than you would think.
Yeah. Well, Depressed Hopeful kind of sticking around for a while now, continuing to search for these bandage tosses, but is going to start falling behind the Kayn a little bit in terms of experience.
Yeah, not only that, these fights are going to work out pretty well. Just look at the resources that their bot laners have. They're both low on mana, so these extended fights aren't going to look super great for them. And they don't have a back yet. They're down a longsword as well.
Yeah, very, very true. Labette and Labelle not able to pressure too much at the moment, just don't have the resources to do so. On the other hand, Rune very much putting on the pressure in this mid lane, consistently getting accents shoved underneath that tier 1 was not enough to get control over the bot side river, though, as we did see Slayer Inc secure that first neutral. And it's the earliest dragon of the night by far, Abba, yes.
Yeah, that's super quick. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, it was something you talked about just at some length in our previous game.
Yeah, so usually I don't like early dragons because it takes a while to do. You have to commit a lot of resources here, but we've been able to get mid priority pretty consistently because of that early kill and harass them. Plus of how the lane management's been going up. So they didn't.
Oh, the flip gets BP underneath the turret and the Urgot ultimate. He grinds him up, and that's going to be Fire Chicken turning the tables in the top lane.
Yeah, he was able to get that Eve, the flip. I believe a turret shot in there as well, which is everything that they needed. Oh,
Cheeto trying to stand and fight here, getting exhausted though. That's the flash away, but the arcane shift forward, and Labette. A similar story in the bottom side as Paradox are really taking the fight to their opponents here in this fourth game. The #1 seed for a reason. Oh, Slayer Inc dodges away from that second bandage toss, and now BP is here to punish the aggressive, optimistically invading Amumu. He just wanted some friends, I guess, once again this time around, Abba, but it will not work out. They did not seem very friendly.
Yeah, they do not seem very friendly indeed. This Trey also is not seeming very friendly, trying to get some harassment in as this wave gets pushed up. They're super low. They can't afford to make any plays over here. They just need to back off. Even if the arcane shifts away, Hero will fall through if he does engage at all, which is pretty dangerous. And the longer he stays here, the more this wave's going to get pushed up. And that good back he had set up is just going to get delayed and become worse and worse and lose more farm the longer this gets delayed.
Yeah, certainly not the position that you want to be in. We shall see, as this game is quite close so far in the early minutes.
Yep, despite the kills being favored for Paradox, only a 400 kill lead, or 400 gold lead, not 400 kills. That'd be insane.
Never seen that before.
I've seen some pretty crazy kill counts. I've seen them in the hundreds, but I have not seen that.
That would be a new record. Yeah, most of that, the reason why it's still so close, though, I think is in large part the jungle, as Kane, of course, has been a little bit more focused on clearing through those camps, plus that quick little detour, of course, for the first dragon.
Yep. Camps, the objective gold helps even stuff out. But look at topside, that's like a 10 CS lead. Jungle with a 10 CS lead. They're down 10 or 5 CS, so about a wave into the mid lane here as well. And then bot side is pretty dead even. So between that, it's why it's so close. Obviously, it's important who that gold is on and what items that enabled them to get that early blasting wand is pretty important, especially getting an early tier. So you can get that scalability is pretty nice.
True Shot Barrage not going to find the mark. We do also see Slayer Inc is securing Shelly up in that topside river. So now 2 for 2 in those early neutrals for Chaotic Nebula, or Catalyst Nebula, excuse me.
Yeah, which is like part of the strategy for game 1. They were able to take the objectives pretty unanimously. I don't think a single objective went over. They got 1 tower, I believe, in game 1 for Paradox, which was a pretty good winning strategy. Objectives are there to force fights and win games, and if you get all the objectives, that's a pretty good indicator of how that game's going to go for you. Obviously, we're only 10 minutes in, so this can change, but getting more gold onto some of these important carries with Rift Herald is going to be pretty important, especially with Dragon happening in 50 seconds. You can make them make a decision to defend turret plates or threaten that second Dragon, which is going to be more damage because it's going to be an Infernal Dragon.
Yeah. Are you expecting the Herald to go into either mid or bot then to get some priority for that next Dragon?
I could see in mid just because.
Oh,
Rune doesn't
BP,
have
hang
enough
on a second. We do
speed.
have the set in a whole bunch of trouble here. He does have the showstopper to try and magic his way out of this one,
No.
but it's not even going to work out. He's not even
If
going
you
to
look, he used it. It's down.
animation off. Yeah, he did cast it, but didn't even get the animation. Died too quickly on the set there. And remember, the set actually was picked into the Urgot. So now this is things not working out whatsoever for BP. For really the first time tonight's Fire Chicken able to find a pretty significant advantage for themselves in this lane.
When you're playing against an Urgot as a melee champion, you have to bait out the E, understand how he's going to go in, and then when that whiffs, he's going to be in too deep and a bit of an animation lock here, so a bit of a self-stun, if you will, and then you go in for the punish, because then you can ultimate him out even further if you want, and just get him super far away from his tower if he's been staying there, or get him deeper into your own territory where he's going to have a hard time going through.
Yeah,
that's definitely the case.
Ooh. It does feel like BP has maybe been trying to go in a little bit too aggressively, right? Not waiting for that E cooldown like you're just saying. So it has been punished a couple of times now.
He took fists to a shotgun fight.
Yeah, it's just generally not advised, even if you are set and, your fists are as threatening as they are. Still hasn't been working out for him quite yet, but this is looking to be the second dragon, the third straight neutral that might go over to Catalyst Nebula. We will find the banish toss over the wall onto the support. The Nature Grasp will come out, and the dragon will be burst down. Smite is good from Slayer Ince. The root onto Rune, who does manage to get the Petrifying Gaze off onto the Kane. Chad Crystal on the other side of the fight, connecting onto the Mumu. Already dashing forward now, looking for a little bit more, but it's going to be Kane that's burst down first. Or is it going to be Catalyst Nebula that end up winning out in the fight? They do have the angles. They have the advantage, and Labette is just a little bit too late to the party. The Ezreal can't do anything but watch as the rest of his team is taken down. That
teleport, super threatening, but wasn't quite in time there. The flashes also went down. That's 3 flashes, a ghost, and a teleport.
We just arcane shifted over the wall, looking to burst down. The Ashe flashing forward, can't quite find the last Mystic shot. Cheeto running for the hills. That Mystic shot will go wide as well, and now BP is here for the punish. The charm will land as well. The cleanse comes out, but the dunk comes through, and that's going to be La Duo hitting the dirt.
So this is what I was talking about with the Ezreal fallacy. Like, hey, I can just arcane shift out here, just get a quick kill. They're super low, but we know they're there. They were there for the dragon. So just think about how far someone can be within like 5 seconds. How far they can walk? Their whole team's going to be there. Even if you can arcane shift out, you're not going to be there, which costs you your life. It costs you your cleanse. It costs you your flash. It costs you gold and experience because you're not there to pick up some of this stuff into the bot lane.
Yeah, some of those bad habits coming through for Labette once again. You know, you don't need to be playing that aggressively right now. You can just be safe and continue to scale with your Ezreal Yuumi. You know, it was very unnecessary to go shifting in like that into a composition that's stronger at this point in the game. And ended up giving over some more gold to his opponents. The face breaker there to pull Fire Chicken in, and Slayer Ince is here to try and get enough damage down onto this Urgot, who is surviving for a while. And BP will not commit the flash going underneath the turret. Depressed Hopeful is here now to defend against any kind of prolonged siege on the top tier 1. It will be just the expected value out of Shelly.
Okay. Expected value is quite good for them. And as the laning phase comes to an end right now at the 14-minute mark, 1,000 gold favoring the blue side, which has been the dominant side for this series right now, which means Nebula is right now has a lead in the driver's seat, but doesn't have that much control over the game, all being all. This third dragon, though, could be enough. It will be a Hex Soul again, by the way.
Yeah, definitely worth noting. These teams are really going to want to fight over those dragons for the rest of the game. One other quick thing to take note of is that Slayer Ince did unfortunately get the blue form first and is going to have to wait a little bit longer for the red. So it's going to be a pretty late transformation for the Kane this game, but should have it around the time, I think, that the next dragon spawns, maybe a little bit after. BP flashing forward now to get the angle on the showstopper. Teleport in was canceled as the Ahri is now moving up towards this top lane, but she isn't even needed as BP finds the kill in the 1v1 down here in the bot side. Being traded for Arrow just wide to the right as Labette now is getting umbrally trespassed upon. Now the Mystic shots come out, and Slater is going to have to flash away to stay alive. DP finds the Bandage Straw, sets up perfectly for the Petrifying Gaze, and that is going to be an easy pick for Paradox in that topside river, looking to secure their first neutral of the game. Maybe not. We don't care about Shirley, I guess.
I think they're just trying to get more farm on the cast right now. That's what they're going for, and that makes sense. I never really talked about the potency of the mid roam as well. Should Prune get the advantage? Obviously, there's good setup from Depressed Hope. His ultimate synergizes well with Rune's whole shtick. Miasma plus her ultimate as well can just extend this and pretty much secure any target in a very short amount of time with very well stacked crowd control, which makes them pretty potent too if you don't keep track of them as well. And she has extra movement speed here as well, because that's how Cass operates.
Yeah, absolutely. We can see all of these carries starting to become a little bit more online. Still needing that first item completion for both marksman champions, but as you say, the mid laners starting to look a little bit more threatening as Cassio stacking up that Rod of Ages as well. Actually extremely close to a fully stacked tier also, although there is going to be some time before that becomes a staff.
Yeah, I mean, no need to rush that. I mean, the extra slow coming out here from her Riley's Crystal Scepter is pretty strong as well. We kind of want to get these lanes under control into mid lane and bot lane. No one's really set it up yet or got any early vision. I would like to see people get like 30 seconds early to really set stuff up. Kind of some weird back timers, all in all.
Well, we have seen Catalyst Nebula move in right as the dragon spawns. The Nature's Grasp will come out, and Mumu's going to go in with the engage. Does find the Curse of the Sad Mummy onto a few members, but the follow-up just isn't really there, and they have managed to burst down the jungler for Catalyst Nebula right at the start of this fight. BP, though, on the front line is going to get pulled in by the Urgot, and we did not manage to take down the dragon just yet, but the Urgot has been traded back. Both top laners are down, but Rune able to step forward, able to get that kill onto the enemy jungler now, but the Cassio now is forfeit, and LaBelle has nobody else to jump on. The Kitty Cat Pinata will be burst open, and that does mean the 4-for-2 team fight for Catalyst Nebula, and they are looking to secure their point. Oh my god.
And the barrage hit the grump. Oh, he aggroed the grump with that.
That's my call for that play. Oof.
That's what we call content, okay? Oh, that's amazing. That's a feels bad moment. Oh my goodness.
Oh, who's your game 4 POG, Abba? Oh, it's obviously the Gromp.
Gromp!
To get that solo kill on the Ezreal was so huge, right around the third dragon.
He
Gromp
one
really
shot an
popping
AD carry. Like, no one can do that.
Yeah, I mean, Ezreal is usually so safe, right? With the Arcane Shift and everything, but no, Gromp, dude, is just too threatening for the Ezreal to handle.
The best part is, okay, the Arcane Barrage setting up that makes perfect sense. Why walk there? What were you going to do? What were you going to accomplish?
Oh, hang on a second, Abba. We're going to have to get back to that in just a minute as the charm is going to land over the wall, and that's going to be a dead mummy. All out of friends once again, it seems. 5v4 now on Summoner's Rift, as Shirley will be taken down. Catalyst and Nebula happy to befriend the Rift Herald.
Yeah, Sad Mummy got E-Girl charmed right there. Just got caught out.
Happens to the best of us.
Unfortunately, happens to the best of us here. Getting some nice push into the bot side here from Labette. Not going to be able to take that tower, but able to get some damage into it, even though that last combo kind of missed.
Yeah, it's good from La Duo. They know that the rest of the enemy team, except for the Ashe, is all topside fighting for the Rift Herald. So, get some free waves pushed in while you can. But Ezreal Yuumi, you can't really threaten too much here. There's only so much that you can do.
Yeah, you can just harass, and if they stay, you just kill them. Just chill, get some farm, get the XP. This does mean, though, if Cheeto can play safe, that's going to get them the level advantage that they do have right now because they don't
extra XP. Yeah, very true.
It's what makes engage support so potent. If you have an AD carry that can play safe and just know where the enemy is, they can just play by themselves, get that extra XP as a carry, and be even more threatening. And then the engage can get all the other champions who are stronger early into the game some kills, making your team even more potent.
Something we see Ezreal do a lot, ironically, actually. But now the Ezreal is looking to be very much in trouble. Will flash away to try and stay alive, but the CC will connect regardless. The Curse of the Sad Mummy is pretty good from Depressed Hopeful to try and peel as much as possible, but it just will not be enough as the kills come through for Catalyst. Nebula 15-8 now on the scoreboard, looking to take control here in game number 4. The flip will come through. BP has been shuffled back a little bit. Urgot ultimate available. The Fear Beyond Death will miss. And now the Showstopper comes down. It's going to be Fire Chicken flashing away, trying to stay alive. Will be able to do so, but now is down the Summoner spell. And the tier 1 will fall in the bot side. Gold lead now up to 4K. And Catalyst Nebula look to be back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, they seem to be in the driver's seat here. 4K gold lead is enough to take games. It's not the end all be all, but that's usually when you are firmly in the driver's seat here.
Oh, this is about to get a little bit bigger as well as Early arrives into the mid lane, takes down the mid tier 1, and just in time as well for this Hextech Soul that's going to be available in just 90 short seconds. Abba, how do Paradox contest this? Because if you give it up, you lose the game.
They have to play around Baron's Gaze. And I've got some real sad news for you. Rune is down 200, 300 gold versus his enemy laner, despite getting the early kills and having 2 completed items versus 1 on his opponent.
Man, that is crazy, actually. How did that even happen?
We were just able to see a lot of roams from the Ahri, just able to get some nice pickups there.
Oh, dear. Labette is going to take an arrow to the face. Ezreal is pretty fast. He's trying to run, and he's split off from the Yuumi, hoping that at least one of them can get out. The Ezreal will not be able to do so. The cat, at least, has been able to hop onto the Amumu. Able to find a friend there, but without the Ezreal now, Dragon spawning just 40 seconds away now, Abba.
Yeah, not particularly great for them, especially with Depressed Hopeful being 2 and 5. They've been kind of going in, and their team hasn't been able to capitalize on a lot of this. The enemy team's just been a little bit too beefy for them to deal with.
Fire Chicken, Twisted Advance comes through. Slayer Ints comes in with Rost. Has that knock-up ready to go. We'll find it onto the enemy jungler. Depressed Hopeful is going to get absolutely body slammed into the dirt as there's a flying crab from the sky, and he will absolutely squish that little mummy back over the wall. Charm lands onto Room, the main carry, the only hope at this point for Paradox, who will flash away and stay alive. Now Cheeto is on the chase on this Ashe, looking to take down Labette, who had just respawned, and my client minimized itself for some reason, so I don't know what happened. Thank you, Rido.
Yep, classic Riot. Like, let's just...
And Ezreal died. Go ahead, Ab.
Ezreal died. Like I said, in the draft phase, if Labette can play safe, they have a shot at winning this. And with Hextech Soul, uncontested, 0 dragons on Paradox, not looking particularly great. Up 6,000 gold right now. A lot of the advantages that Paradox did have are gone, which makes things even more difficult. They have to play to this wait and scale out. And we've seen how this has gone. So this is probably going to be a repeat of game 1 or game 2, which is not where you want to be for Paradox.
Slayer Ints over the wall. Gonna look for this pick onto the Urgot. A lot of damage. That face breaker was looking a little bit awkward. The flip will come through from the Fire Chicken. The Showstopper, though, in response, and that is just way too much damage. There's only so much that the Fiery Chicken can do. And it looks like they have come home to roost for him once again.
Yep, Fiery Chicken was in the lead for topside. They were able to get some nice pickups, and now they're 2 and 5. And now, Pigs has a Hull Breaker. They're going to be able to push things out. They can get this nice 1-3-1 comp with their mid laner, who's currently pushing to the top side. They're setting up for a beautiful Baron. They have the numbers advantage, which could force out a teleport at the very least from the enemy laner, which could neutralize this teleport disadvantage that Nebula currently has. And that's even if they contest it.
Yeah, and this is just going to be the Baron start coming through for Catalyst Nebula, and it won't be contested. They're just going to burn this sucker down. Amumu, no vision in the pit. It does have a chance to get in here. It does have a blast cone and a dream, but he actually does manage to get in the pit. Depressed Hopeful cannot find the steal. It's actually Ahri, of all people, that managed to last hit the Nash. But that is going to be good enough. Good enough for government work. Say Catalyst Nebula. We got the objective. We got the kill onto the jungler. let's close this one out nice and clean.
Yep, they just got to play things nice and smart. They have the advantage. A lot of the starts of how these fights are going to be happening was in the jungle, so it being gone just means they can
Flash
really push this stuff
flash
up.
response, bet staying alive.
Yeah, it was pretty well timed, too. You can technically buffer both the E and Q off of at. Oh my gosh.
I'm sorry, did I say that Ezreal was alive? I think I misspoke a little bit. That is a beautiful petrifying gaze, but it's just too late for it to matter, unfortunately. As Rune can do nothing, as the turret is dove. The fiery chicken will be taken down once again. There is one kill back onto the Maokai, who was soaking up all that turret aggro, but a very worthy sacrifice from the ex-hero. A hero indeed, as the team looking to close things out here in game number 4.
Making Mama proud there into the top side. Just
might as well
the
just call
towers and
Superman.
breaker. Yeah.
Double inhibitors down now, respawning.
It's been the same double inhib play. Baron into top and mid inhib.
True. Yeah, we did see this exact same play last game, didn't we?
It's been every game, I think.
I think you might be right, actually.
Except for maybe
but we don't have any other objectives around at the moment, so that last inhibitor is really the last thing to play for. But the side of Catalyst Nebula aren't going to do that just yet. They're going to say, we're just going to go home, and we're going to make them squirm a little bit. We're going to take our time with this one and savor this. What is looking very likely to be a championship-winning game.
I love to see it. A lot of people will keep pushing out there, but they just made a major victory. They got a lot of gold. The enemy team just died, so they just spent theirs. So in order to keep the gold advantage to where it is, that's what they needed to do. And at a 11,000 gold lead, they'll just be able to hopefully get this last inhib or just push through to the last 2 towers and just get them.
That's a dead Rune. Trying to get some side laning done, trying to get this wave pushed out, but just too far down the lane there. Didn't have any defenses left in that bot lane. It's going to get taken down by the collapse. BP, though, is totally fine, as Depressed Hopeful is actually going to be the one in trouble. Showstopper to try and get the set actually towards the carries. The Mumu is always slated to go down here. Haymaker not quite going to connect, as Labette is on the run. Trying to get away. Hextech's so slow, almost sealing his fate there, but just barely. Ezreal is shifted away, is able to survive for now. Slater ends continuing to go on the chase. It's so hard to ditch this Kane as the Umbral Trespass got into the body of the Ezreal, who is still alive for some reason, and the execute from the Urgot has come through. It's Fire Chicken and his cat that are all that remain for Paradox here in Season 16. Their only hope at defending the Nexus and getting us towards that Game 5. I don't think it's going to happen, Emma, as there goes the last Nexus turret. Urgot managing to survive for a while, but it's just not long enough. The Nexus now will be taken down sub 30 minutes, and Catalyst Nebula are your Demacia Division Season 16 champions.
Yeah, congratulations, Nebula. It looks like you're going home the victor out of this series here. So well played by them. Of course, Paradox also played that well. They were on the scoreboard. They were able to catch that up. Almost got into Game 5, but almost is not the same as is. Now, is it?
Certainly not. Yeah, close does not cut it in League of Legends. Only in horseshoes and hand grenades, right? At least that's how the saying goes.
Yep.
Certainly for the side of Catalyst Nebula, we can definitely say that this was a well-deserved win. They played very well tonight. And, you know, honestly, what I think was most impressive for me was the fact that, you know, with teams that like to play in this way, that like to draft dive and you know, play aggressively in the early game and find those big early leads, it's a very common problem, I feel, to overchase, you know, to overextend looking for these picks, to not be playing together. And we saw that a little bit like earlier on in the night from Catalyst, but, you know, down the stretch, I feel like they really cleaned things up very convincingly and certainly more effectively than their opponents were able to.
Sure. Yeah, they were able to do stuff pretty well.
They did stuff and things and won the game.
They won the game. They were to capture stuff pretty well.
Who's your game for POG, Abba?
Cheeto, I think, just played pretty consistently throughout the series. Is going to be my shout out, but I think it was actually Axon would be the one who did it.
you'd look towards the RE mid there, Axon.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely a good look there. I think that you have got no shortage of nice options. Whoever we do want to vote for, in this case, I think they all played quite well, especially here in this last game, in game number 4. We have a lot of very impressive score lines here. But yeah, I like the vote for the mid lane again. Axon did manage to get a lot of control in that mid lane, had the push as we would expect in this matchup, right, with the Ahri into the Cassio, and was able to run very, very effectively. So props there. I think it does seem like we are going to be doing an interview, aren't we, Abba?
Yeah. Do you just want to do just the captain, or it looks like Slayer Ince is asking to do everyone?
No, we can figure that out in just a moment, but let's go to a quick break while we get that set up. A little bit more content for you all before the night does end. So don't go anywhere just yet. We'll be here with your Season 16 Demacia Division Champion post-game interview right after this. Okay, everybody, welcome back to the Style Caster Desk. For the last time tonight, we do have your victorious AD carry and jungler here, Cheeto and Slayer Ince of Catalyst Nebula. Guys, congratulations on the 3-1 victory in the grand finals tonight. Really well done. How are you guys feeling after that win? Slayer, let's come to you first.
It feels good to win. A lot of good effort put in by the team across the whole board, like everybody, coaching staff, and like just the org in general. I really appreciate the work that everyone's put into this project, and it feels really nice to like win this tournament. Yeah.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of supporters out here in the Twitch chat as well, cheering you guys on. So absolutely seems like a great community you got over there. Cheeto?
Yeah, I just feel really happy. It was such an easy series. No, I'm kidding, but no,
Hey, I mean, you can DM if you want. You earned that. You earned
I
the
can, dude.
opportunity.
Yeah, it was so easy, man. I could have unplugged my keyboard and won the game.
I mean,
I
you're
was
playing
giving them
against
leads
Yumi,
and it didn't
so
matter. Yeah,
it
true,
seems
true,
only
exactly.
fair, honestly, if you did unplug your keyboard.
Yeah, yeah, you're right.
Show them who's
feels,
boss.
feels really good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was talking a
Abba,
lot of
you
shit. Well, so I had to win,
Wait, when were you talking the shit?
Oh, I was talking shit. Like just around with the team. I was just telling the team it was gonna be such an easy win. So it would have been pretty embarrassing if I told my coach how easy the game was and losing like 0-3 or something like that.
Yeah. Less embarrassing as if you had like publicly been talking shit.
Yeah, I wanted to, but my coach wouldn't let me. My coach would not let me. I kept saying that I wanted to type,
had to hold this guy on a leash and be like, "No, you can't talk."
Well, it certainly seems like it worked out for you. Abba, you want to get in there with the next question?
Yeah, so I saw you guys do a lot of dive compositions into game 1, game 2, and throughout the entire series. Game 3, it ended up not working as well for you when you guys lost that. Was there any consideration to change up stylistically to answer in game 4, just to mix things up a little bit, being that didn't work?
I think the main issue in game 3 that happened, we had a bit of communication issues. I don't think it was necessarily like our champions, like we just weren't like communicating properly about what we wanted to do, and that was the main contributing cause of losing that game.
Yeah, makes sense. Are you pretty much aligned there, Cheeto?
Yeah, pretty much. That was literally the only issue is like communication. One was saying to do one thing and the other one was saying to do something else. I'm not gonna point any fingers, but it was kind of chaotic in comms.
Yeah, the classic double shot caller and then nothing gets done. Yeah,
exactly.
It's a combo for an L.
Yeah, it was pretty weird.
A common saying, of course, in the League community is, everybody doing the same play, even if it's a bad play, is always better than everybody doing something different, even if somebody is doing the technically correct play. So glad to see that you guys were able to tidy that up for game 4 and get yourselves back on the horse, as it were. But I actually would like to go back in time a little bit with you guys, if that's all right. Back earlier on in the playoffs, the previous meeting that you had with Paradox earlier on at the end of the Rumble stage, when I was doing a little bit of research before the match tonight, I did see that you were 2-0 in that previous meeting as well. So, I mean, I'm sure that gave you some additional confidence coming into tonight that you were actually going to be able to come out on top. My question is really more about like the specifics of how that actually went. Do you feel like Paradox were at a somewhat similar level at that point as well? How did you feel that match went as opposed to what we had tonight?
I think both games, honestly, is just really coach diff. Like our coach put a lot of work into like putting together draft plans and like scouting, and it's like when your coach does something like that, it's really easy to win. Like especially when you have everything put together for you.
Yeah, makes sense. Coach Diff, all right. Cheeto?
Yeah, and we were commenting early on in game 1 and game 2 especially that your draft was just a lot better than enemy's team. Obviously, the drafts got a lot more tight in those later games. But yeah, no, the draft, I would agree with you, is a very big part of that series.
No. What did you guys make of, we can talk about the draft a little bit more maybe. What did you guys make of the I mean, you said in game 3 that the problem was really just the in-game calls were not very cohesive. But what did you think of, I guess, of Paradox's drafting and overall over the course of the night? Because I feel like we were fairly critical of it over here on the casting side, especially in the earlier games. In games 1 and 2, we felt like the drafts were really, really difficult for them to play out. And this does kind of tie into what you guys were just saying as well with the whole coach diff thing. But general thoughts on the draft tonight?
I think the draft was pretty solid sometimes, like especially game 3 where they picked the double AD carry and they just got pushed mid, and we didn't really have a lot to respond to it. I personally not a huge fan of the Yumi pick, but if it works, it works, you know. So.
Yeah, it worked for them one time at least.
Yeah, I mean, I think draft had a lot to do with it, but honestly, they were just kind of really bad. I'm gonna be honest, with you guys. Like game 1, did you see? I don't know if you guys the Ziggs trying to place a ward level 1. Like, what is that Ziggs doing, dude? I don't know.
The ward I think was like fine, but then he like doubled down. Was like, oh yeah, people are around here. I'll win this out.
Oh, free mana flow band procs.
Yeah, I don't know what they were doing.
Yeah, and first strike. Because you saw that with both the people who had first strike in game 1. They were like, oh, yeah, I got free 20 gold. Easy money. I'll win this game. And then they died. It was like, what?
They died for nothing. It was just really weird. Game 1 was... dude, I sound like I'm super egotistical, but it just felt so easy. Like, game 1 felt very easy.
Can relate.
Yeah, I just have a big ego, I guess. You know, it felt pretty easy, game 1. Game 3 was a little tricky, but it was literally just the communication issues. If we didn't have... Like, if we stayed calm and like made our decisions and just went with them, we would have won that game too. It would have been 3-0. But you know, we just kept talking back and forth on what we should do.
The real hard thing people forget about like best of 5s is like it's easier to do a best of 3 because you only got to win 2 games in a row, right? But that third game, it's like you've been try-harding for like several hours now. It's a lot easier to make mistakes like that. Just communication, because you've been pretty tight in those earlier games.
Yeah, I wasn't like I will say I was trying hard, but I was just kind of like in a goofy mood. I'm having a lot of fun, you know what I mean? So yeah, I didn't get stressed out when we got behind, or if I died like that level. I think it was game 4 where I died just being an idiot. You know, I was having fun regardless. That was such a dumb decision to do, to try to fight the 1v2. But you know what? It happens.
It happens. You know, you were probably feeling pretty confident given how well, you know, the lane had been going up to that point, and just like how strong the team was looking in general. So, you know, understandable. And it is hard to stay focused, like Eva was just saying, you know, for that long. It's natural that, you know, that focus would lapse, at least for, you know, some moments. Even the best teams in the world can struggle with that sometimes. But obviously you guys were overall successful in staying focused tonight and getting the job done, obviously. Abba, did you have anything else you want to get in there?
Yeah. What was your guys' favorite moments in the series?
Slayer, you can start.
I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of tough because, you know, it's 4 games. I mean, I only played 3, but like 4-game series, right? It's kind of tough to like go back and pick like best points. But I think genuinely, like my favorite moment from series is like just spending time with the team, like playing with the team. Honestly, it's nothing like specific, like gameplay wise. Like it's just really fun to play with this team. So
yeah, it really was about the friends we made along the way. Wow,
you made that joke at the beginning.
I did. We've come full circle. That's crazy. Cheeto, what were your highlights?
Solo killing the AD carry with Kaisa. That's my favorite.
Okay, yeah. Like the 2-shot W on the Azir, like 2 Ws, Azir's fucking dead. Like
yeah, I mean that's fun. Yeah, I mean but
yeah.
solo killing the AD carry, you know, that's always fun.
As someone who plays a lot of Kaisa, it's really fun.
Yeah, just ulting in, queuing, and then no one does anything about it. It's just, oh well, the Sivir didn't use spell shield. You know, it's pretty fun.
That's right up there when you play Kaisa and ARAM, and then you just get the enemy team to spam you. Be like, stop hitting me.
Yeah, I was doing that to that Azir, right?
Yeah,
just cancel the bases. Yeah, that was so fun.
Yo, now that I think about it, that one time, I think it was after the Dragon play, we got Hexgates, and Cheeto took Hexgate, and the Camille was chasing him.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and then you were able to barely get him out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just kept pressing W while running away. Camille couldn't catch up. I thought that was pretty weird too. Not gonna lie.
Fucking Kai'Sa moment.
Were you the player that was Nocturne that just slipped through and then sniped the enemy dragon? Was that you?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that was pretty
Nocturne
hype.
steal, yeah, in game 2. For sure. That was to get you on soul points, I believe, the one that you stole. So that was definitely pretty big. Definitely like a spirit breaker potentially for Paradox. That one hard to know without being in those comms, without being in their heads. But definitely, I mean, if it was me that dragon got stolen away from, I'm like definitely a little bit mental boom after that one. So
That's funny because I actually didn't know we were going for that dragon. I was leaving.
Well, you weren't. Your jungler was.
Yeah. It does, I think Silas
I
also
just took
TP'd, if
control
that's
word
the
there.
correct
My
game.
Silas went in. I'm like, shit, we go.
Yeah. Yeah. I thought we were giving because we were kind of late. And our top laner just said, "Oh, we're going." By the way, and Nocturne goes in as well. That was pretty funny.
I did actually have one really short question, at least to round things out. Slater in. So, what actually was the reason that you weren't here for game number 1? Did you have something else going on, or?
Yeah, traffic.
Yeah, no, that'll do it. That'll do it. Well, glad you were able to make it in here for most of the match tonight. I mean, obviously, your the player that came in for you had a phenomenal performance as well. We actually voted for what was your sub jungler's name?
Yeah, big shout out to Spicy. Really great.
Oh, Big Spicy.
Big shout out.
Yeah.
Spicy.
That crazy Seju game in game number 1. We actually voted Big Spicy as our game 1 POG. We were very, very surprised to see you coming in, Slayer, but obviously it ended up working out just fine for you. Abba, do you have anything else for our season 16 champs here?
I hope to see you next season. It was fun casting your guys' game.
Yeah. Maybe move up a division or 2, potentially. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah.
You guys have any shout outs for the stream? Anything else that you would like to say here? Floor is yours.
Yeah. Thank you guys for having us. Thanks for casting our games. Much appreciated.
Yeah, just a coach diff. I hope Helper, you're the greatest. I love you, coach. You're the greatest, dude. Just the biggest coach diff I've ever seen.
Shout out to my team, really crack players. Shout out to the whole org, honestly.
Yeah, actually, the org is pretty great.
No, this was good, guys. Thank you so much for joining us for this interview. We got a little bit of the flame, and then we get a little bit of the wholesomeness at the end. Very, very nice. Absolutely. Congrats again on being your season 16 champions here. Looking forward to seeing what you can do next season. And again, thank you for joining us here after the match.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having us.
Absolutely. Fantastic interview there that we had, Abba, with a couple of those victorious members of the winning team. And pretty one-sided match overall that we did have tonight in favor of Catalyst and Nebula. Do you have any final thoughts, Abba, before we close out the show for this evening?
I say it pretty much every stream is always make sure to ward. It caught a lot of people off guard and led to a lot of victories. It's boring, but it gets you victories, which is not boring.
That's true. People do generally enjoy winning a game. At least for myself, I can say that that is much, much more fun and less boring as opposed to losing. So you've inspired me, Abba. I'm officially going to buy more than one control ward.
I did it!
That I play. Only for tonight, though. Tomorrow, I'm back to being cheap. No more than one ward. Okay. Anyways, that's going to do it for us tonight. Everybody, thank you so much for watching. From myself, from Mr. Abba Trombone, from the entire production team and admin team at Style Esports. Thank you, everybody, very much for watching. We will be back possibly tomorrow night. I know that there is a match. I am less certain if there are casters. So stay tuned, guys. Maybe some more Style Esports Season 16 playoffs coming at those monitors tomorrow. But for tonight, that is going to do it. So thank you again for watching and have a wonderful rest of your